preparing.
Well, work that thing.
And we're live. Hey, man.
Hey,
this is an independent committee live election night special for Better Savannah. I'm the dude.
And I'm the stranger.
What's up, stranger?
Not much, dude.
What do you know good? It's election night here in Savannah, Georgia.
I know this aggression will not stand.
It will not stand. This is a league game. Okay?
Mark it fucking zero, Donnie.
Mark it at zero, Donnie. All right. We're live here on Facebook. We're gonna invite our first guest in, friend of the committee, District 2 residents. Ladies and gentlemen, put it together. Put your hands together for Mr. Robin Sherman.
Tip of my hat, Mr. Sherman.
It's Mr. Robin Sherman, live. Welcome to the election night coverage. You're our first guest tonight.
Wow, I'm intrigued. I should have
You
had
should be.
I should have had my Groucho makeup on.
Indeed.
Did you vote, Robin, already?
Oh, I voted several times. First, by mail, and I was able to vote in person today. And I went to my polling place and found out that it wasn't the right place. They had stopped allowing voting there, and they changed it to another location, and nobody was informed until the last minute. I think until they actually got to the polling place and saw that there were no polls there. Well, that's funny. Barrel of laughs. Well, it's great to be alive, and things couldn't. I just can't imagine things not being able to be better than they are now. Can you really?
This is the second major election with huge gaffes. I mean, the city elections, you had people out in Pooler that were waiting 2 and 3 hours to vote. So I say that there needs to be some repercussions or accountability at the Board of Elections.
It just and I hear that in Atlanta lines are much longer than that, and there's I used to say to people that don't use the reason of conspiracy or when incompetence will do.
Incompetence.
It strikes me that it's mostly incompetence and not anything else. Although it very well could be, but I just think incompetence usually covers most of the problems, so many of the problems that we have. Not most of them. There are very serious problems in depth.
Why personalize it?
But they're systematic, as we've heard so much about lately. And but there are some things that are just plain old incompetence. If you can't get something to work, can't get a machine to work, to me, that's incompetence. Long lines. Why do there have to be long lines? Because you didn't plan far enough in advance? I don't know.
Yeah, Russell Bridges has been the director for some time. I think it's fucking time for some fucking accountability.
I gotta ask you, where did you get this hair? This wig thing you got going?
I mean, B Street Salon, right, John?
Actually, the wig store next to Crystal.
Right. There you go.
Well, Robin, which race are you most interested in tonight? Which one's your favorite?
I'm just wondering whether Biden is going to win the Georgia. That's what I'm interested in. And I posted something today about the Public Service Commission and the nuclear plant Vogtle construction overruns, and 80% of some of the equipment are failing. This is a story in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. And we've got Public Service Commissioners election there were two activists running on the Democratic side of it, and who I think on paper both would be, either one of them would be very good. I'd love for one of those guys to win in the general election. I want the whole Public Service Commission to resign. I actually, when I was a reporter 10,000 years ago, I used to cover Lauren Bubba McDonnell, who is the chair of the Public Service Commission. At that time, he was I don't remember if he was a state representative or a state senator, but I used to talk to him every year about his platform for the Winder, Georgia News, which was a weekly newspaper in Winder, Georgia, 20 miles west of Athens. And he was a good old boy and always dressed like he was right out of Joseph A. Banks' clothing store. And well, he would speak well, and he was always interested in talking to me, and he was likable in that sense. But he was a Republican, and not that there's anything wrong with that, but he always struck me as a person who is willing to listen, and even though he may not agree with you at all, but you know, he's the chair of the Public Service Commission, and they all need to go. But the thing is, nobody ever runs against these guys who can win a statewide election.
Nobody ever knows who they are.
I think we're looking for the elections board to resign tonight, potentially too. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Well, I guess your question that you asked me, you know, that's the one race I'm
well, that's a
locally
race. Locally, what race has got the most interest from you?
For me,
yeah,
I don't know. On the Democratic side, Chuck, you wrote something about who you thought you would win in the races. And I do not have any insight into who has the best chance of winning. So I can only make a general statement and say any Democrat who wins is the person I'm voting for in the general election. And
right.
So I'm not one of these guys. I say I am a progressive, but I'm a pragmatic progressive, and I'm not one of these people who are Bernie Sanders types who say it's Bernie or nobody. I'm not. That's not where I'm at. That's foolish to me. So, you know, there are people who I voted for who I found out after I voted for them that maybe another person might have been a better choice.
Don't you hate when that happens?
And and I'll tell you what one of those is in the first district congressional race. I voted for Lisa Ring.
Oh.
Because I hadn't seen anything about any of the other people. But then I saw, after I voted, I saw I forgot the woman's name who runs, I think she runs the Star Facebook page, Savannah's for the Resistance, that group. I think she had an interview, a debate, if you will, with about 17,000 people all at the same time in a 2-hour period.
Good luck.
And one of the people who was running against Lisa Ring was on there, and so I finally saw her.
Joyce Griggs. Yeah, Joyce Griggs.
Oh, Greg. Yeah. Okay. And also this woman, I can't remember her name, but she was really outspoken. She has a military background. But
that's who I'm talking about, Joyce Griggs.
Okay, she's a pistol. She would cause some havoc, and I really liked her because of that. And she was right on. I wish I had voted for her.
Well, Robin, you familiar with the movie The Big Lebowski?
I've seen it a few times, but it's hard for me to remember much of it.
Well, here's a trivia question for you. It's known as one of the movies with the biggest number of F-bombs in it, mostly uttered by Walter and the dude. So how many F-bombs do you think gets uttered in the movie?
I would have no clue.
292 F-bombs.
And the movie was rated PG.
I don't know. I could check that for you, but you know, it's funny. The film was really kind of a bomb when it got released. I wouldn't call it a bomb. It did not perform well. Let's put it that way. And about 4 years after its release, people discovered it, and it became a huge popular film for its period. So, you know, credit to the Coen brothers. Everybody on the film had a lot of fun making it. I've watched a lot of interviews of the principals, and they're delighted that finally the audience discovered the film and in reverse, so to speak. So
I don't believe the Coen brothers have ever made a bad film. I just watched one the other day that I hadn't seen before, a recent one. Came out about a year or two. It was a series of it was Western themes, like cowboys, Westerns, but they were like short vignettes, like about 6 different movies within the movie, all completely different vignettes. Tom Waits was the character in one of them. I played an old gold miner.
Yeah,
and and there was only one other actor in the entire thing who was only in it for a short period of time, and it was a wonderful series of vignettes. I don't remember the name of it, but highly recommend it.
Well, the whole concept of writing everything around a bowling alley and 3 guys that bowl as a team, I thought was pretty clever.
Hey, stranger.
Yeah.
Hey, breaking news alert that our friend Robin here will be happy about.
Can I try my sound effect, dude?
Yeah, you want to give us the breaking news sound effect here?
Yeah, hang on and let me know how it sounds.
It's not very breaking when we got to do it this way, but you know, it's wow,
short and
low
sweet.
tech right there.
How's that?
It's horrible, but it's okay though.
Did it read well?
With 2% of the vote in statewide, Joseph R. Biden Jr. has clinched the Georgia primary and will win the majority of the delegates from Georgia.
I told you. I predicted it.
This is according to the Associated Press. Let me briefly.
I had no reason to predict that he would win it today, and he did.
Right. Right.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah. So here we go. 76%. You know, with 2% of the vote in, we're looking like we've won.
They're calling.
Still nothing here on the Secretary of State's website because the majority of polls are not going to close for another 36 minutes. But some counties have started counting their election results already. I'll go ahead and stop that share and bring us back to here. But just wanted to give that breaking news alert.
Why weren't votes counted before people voted?
Well, they were counted, but since the election is not over, the election is no longer over for so many precincts, they're not going to start publishing that data until the polls close. Correct.
You don't want anybody to turn around and go home.
Yeah, this is a league game, Robin.
Yeah, mark it a fucking 0, Donnie.
Exactly.
So how many people do we have on this watching?
Oh, let's
here?
check and see who's watching this right now.
Nobody.
I saw a couple commenters. No, there's some people on there.
Well, we could
Is
be
that like 20
comedy
people on the
show.
stream?
It's going to be a long night.
It's going to be a very long night.
I think we should together form a bowling team. Can you
Okay.
A bowling team? Yeah, not with the disc damage I have in my back. No, thank you.
Oh, you can't bowl?
I can't bowl.
Sorry to hear that.
Dana Williams, I see you on the stream. Though the numbers aren't even close to coming in yet. So many precincts there have been pushed back till 9 p.m. that I don't think we're going to have Chatham County numbers until 9:15, 9:30 at the earliest. But that's an hour from now. So
Yeah.
hopefully we'll get some more guests on and, have some good conversations here in the meantime.
Time flies when you're spoofing.
Have you invited all the candidates?
Yes. Yeah. I sent an email out about an hour ago. Just saying, hey, we're going to be hanging out. We're going to be chatting. We'll see.
Well, Robin, is that a man cave you're ensconced in?
Yeah, he's got the man cave.
This is my high-tech office with my 27-inch 5K iMac, my 30-inch Dell monitor, my 82-inch Samsung monitor.
You always talk
Nice.
about the Johnson.
Exactly, right.
Hey, hands-free.
Okay.
No, yes, this is my office. It's dark.
Yeah.
So the mushrooms grow better in the darkness.
If it was lit up, you would see all my Marx Brothers photographs and posters.
Dude, you don't have like Marx Brothers bobbleheads, do you?
No. I have that, but it's true that I have often put on the makeup and drag show routines.
TMI, Robin.
TMI. Yeah, I thought about doing it this evening for this, and just got into other stuff. Didn't have time. I apologize.
Well, life's a lot of spares and strikes.
And 7-10 splits. I used to bowl a lot back in the day. Yeah.
I in my senior
I used
year,
to work at a bowling alley in college.
in the 12th grade in high school in the San Fernando Valley, my first class was met at the bowling alley. It was a gym class, bowling.
Well, I had that in college. For physical education, I took bowling.
Now, why did they drop PE, phys ed, out of the schools?
The elementary schools and public schools?
Yeah.
That. Oh, God. I used to know the answer to that.
And when did that happen?
I don't know.
Chuck, when you were in school, did you have a PE class?
Yeah.
Well, I was in elementary school here in Savannah at Charles Ellis, which is now a Montessori school, and it's in Ardsley Park. And the playground was all rocks and cement, broken up and glass. It was just awful, but we played on it. sixth graders and fifth graders and fourth graders, and
that was before
Sure.
you lost, Robin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a locker. I mean, did y'all have lockers in high school?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Bottom or top?
All right, we got another guest to join us here. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to welcome to the show a good friend of mine, another very, very good, experienced political operative hand. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream, if he can ever connect, Mr. Gunnar Hall.
Hit the video button.
I know, right? Ask to start video. There he is. Oh, look at that gray coming in, Gunnar. There's the audio. It's coming.
Here it's
There
coming.
we go.
Look at that gray coming in. Looking very distinguished, Mr. Hall.
I'm just getting old.
I like your name, Gunnar. I like it.
Gunnar Hall, welcome to the Better Savannah live stream. And it's election night. Polls got pushed back till 9 p.m. for 37 precincts. So you think we'll have results before 1 in the morning or at 4:30 in the morning tomorrow?
I don't know. It's going to be late. I definitely know that, because I'm not even confident that what we're going to see tonight is actually going to be the actual results, just because of all the provisional and absentee ballots that have been posted.
Right. So what races do you have your eyes on? What are you looking for? Which races is most piqued your interest for tonight here?
Honestly, statewide, I'm really interested in both the Democrat and the Republican Senate races. I think that would be very telling on what's going to happen in November. And it's not so much like races that I'm looking at. It's more so just overall turnout. I'm super interested.
Turnout numbers.
Yeah, especially with all of the voting problems. And once folks get in there and actually look at what precincts had massive voting problems, we'll see maybe we could model what turnout could have been, if folks didn't get pushed away.
Right. Well, turning to the more local races here, what are you looking for in Chatham County?
What am I looking at in Chatham County?
Yeah. Which race are you looking at here?
I think the county chairman's race is going to be an interesting one to watch.
Right.
The Democrat side, obviously, we pretty much know what's going to happen there. The Republican side, I don't know. It's kind of like old school versus kind of new school Republican, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Well, the stranger here would know the most, given that he served with former Chairman Billy Hare. Stranger, what do you think about the Republican race between Buelterman and old Billy Hare?
I don't think we're going to be wanting to go backwards, to be honest with you.
But what kind of guy was he as a chair?
Well, I've got several famous things that Billy told me. And
regale us, John.
What's that?
I said regale us.
Okay. One of them was numbers lie and liars number. So
liars number.
Yeah. No, numbers lie and liars number.
Yeah, I got the first part, but the second, I don't.
Yeah. Well, look at Billy. Billy is a little cryptic. Billy's very private. He had an innate political sensibility and mind, and I was a little amazed at how adept he was at it. And then I realized in a lunch in the green room he was talking with the county manager at the time, Russ Abel. And Russ is a decorated Marine. Billy is a decorated Army pilot that trained in Army intelligence and flew a lot for the CIA in the Vietnam War. So I kind of realized that this guy had professional and extensive training in misinformation, disinformation, covert ops, et cetera, et cetera. So that was a puzzle piece for me that helped me understand how, most of us were running around patting ourselves on the back for something, and Billy never did that. He didn't need the adulation. He didn't want it. He didn't gravitate towards it. But anyway, that's my Billy observation. I like Jason a lot. I mean, Jason surfs. I surfed from age 12 to 54, and I got there's an affinity there for anybody that's stuck with it and done it for a while. So, but policy-wise, yeah, it's going to be an interesting race.
I think one of the things that I like about Jason is he's been, as a mayor, he's been such an advocate for Tybee at the federal and local level. He's never backed down from a fight when it came to Tybee. And if he becomes chair, hopefully he'll kind of take that to the county chairman's race or the county chairman's seat. And also, as far as communication to citizenry goes, whenever there's a hurricane or storm coming, he's always the first one on TV.
Yeah.
I mean, he
always does a good job of that.
That his government was always the first one to respond to anything and give a plan. And
well, you know why, Gunner?
Well, it's Tybee Island. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, hurricanes mean surf.
Yeah, there you go. It's time to go.
Yeah.
And maybe if he's county chair, if he becomes county chair, he can finally pressure the state enough to widen Highway 80.
When you guys interviewed him, Jason, he had this sort of unassuming characteristic about him. How would I describe it? It's like kind of a laid back, unassuming, wasn't afraid to say he didn't know something. He would research it, he'd figure it out.
I think he knows more than he lets on.
Yeah.
But that's me.
I think he projects a very simple, user-friendly sense of self, but in fact, he's pretty sharp.
Well, I wasn't trying to suggest he was not sharp, but it was kind of disarming in a way. So it'd be easy to have a conversation with him, and but you may not, at least in the interview. While there are lots of things about him that I like in terms of personality, I didn't sense in every case that there was a lot of information forthcoming. Did you get that impression, or am I wrong on that?
I think coming into the interview with us, he was consciously straddling the middle lane and not going off the beaten path one way or another. But I think the guy's a really cool guy. I don't know if the sheer size and magnitude of, a $502 million budget compared to a $9 million budget is going to overwhelm him, but that's what staff is for. So.
Well, I don't think it would overwhelm him any more than it would overwhelm anybody else who's running.
Yeah, you're probably right. Chester and Jay having already been on there.
I mean, that's an advantage in that sense. They they know the kinds of money they have to deal with.
Well, Robin, this is kind of the center point of Billy Hare's campaign, is to diminish Jason's experience because it's such a small town. So Billy's pointing out, hey, I was the county chairman for 8 years. I dealt with, $100 million budgets all the time, no big deal.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this. Do you
Yeah.
have any idea what the population is of all the islands? Because it seems to me all the islands are going to be voting for Jason. And I don't know what the population is relative to the rest of the county.
I would say West Chatham's growing faster than the islands.
Well, yeah, because it's the only place we have to grow is west. But that doesn't say what the population is.
I'll guess, Robin, that the islands area, everything east of Thunderbolt, with the exception of Tybee because it's its own city, is probably 45,000 people. But that includes all people, including underage people who aren't voters. So there's probably 25,000, 30,000 voting age adults on the islands, be my guess.
That's a chunk of change.
Yeah. Depends on how many of them turn out to vote and how many of them vote for Jason. I got to believe there's a few Democrats out on the islands.
I think the Democrats are going to vote for Jason, the island Democrats.
Maybe. Gunnar, do you think the U.S. Senate race on the Democratic side is going to go to a runoff, and you think it's Tomlinson and Ossoff that are in that runoff?
And who is the second one?
John Ossoff.
Yeah, I do. I think that's exactly what it's going to be, actually.
It's those two, huh?
Yeah, I think Ossoff may come out a little bit on top, but I do think it'll come to a runoff, just because he's got such massive name recognition from spending however many millions he spent running for Congress.
Do you think she can beat him in a runoff, or do you think his name recognition is going to be enough for a low turnout August runoff?
I don't know. That's a really good question. I think it'll be easier to get Atlanta to come out. Well, I don't know. I don't even want to speculate on that one because I honestly don't know. I think where Ossoff's strength is that he already had a campaign machine basically ready that never even stopped. It just kept going. When Tomlinson actually had to govern a little bit, or a lot actually, and
for 8 years, right?
Yeah,
Correct.
exactly. So, I mean, she's got Columbus down on lockdown, but it's like Ossoff just never stopped campaigning once. He just kept powerhousing through.
What were you going to say, Robin?
This is incredibly anecdotal. It comes from someone in Atlanta who knows of him rather well and knows of Tomlinson rather well also. And this person says, in effect, that there are a lot of Democrats in the Atlanta metro area who have an extreme dislike of Ossoff. They think of him as a fraud.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. That's very prevalent. He's kind of like the definition of like privilege a little bit, in like that his parents were very, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong about this, Gunner, but I think he pretty much kind of was born on second, still third, and is purporting to have hit a home run. I mean, he worked as a staffer on the House Homeland Security Committee. And, in general, in my knowledge, you don't really get into those roles without a lot of political connection.
That's a big one to be on, I would think,
Absolutely. As just a nonpartisan staffer to get that job, I out of college, I am not really sure. I just posted in the live chat in our Facebook page, what my predictions were. I had, let me take these off real quick. I have Buddy Carter barely winning his primary this time against Danny and Yasgur. I think Buddy's going to get around 56% of the vote. I got Lisa Ring and Shalina, or not Shalina, but what's her name? Yeah, I got those two ladies going to a runoff in the Congress seat. I got Jason beating Billy by a lot, probably 10 points. I got Shalina Cook Jones getting the largest amount of the vote. on the Democratic side countywide, somewhere around 57, maybe 58% of the vote. And then the rest of these races, I feel like because of the unprecedented turnout, are so close. They're so hard to call. I have the rest of my races being decided by less than 8 to 10 points, which, in general, I think you'd agree, Gunner, it's a pretty close election. It's less than 8 points.
I think that's fair. I was thinking about this today when I was reading about all like the election machine. Sorry, it's been a long day. Voting machine snafus that so many people voted by mail that we would have to think back to kind of when the Secretary of State sent out all of these absentee ballots to figure out what was going on in the campaign then that maybe would influence someone's mind, because just to see what we could maybe think people were voting on issues on that day. And then, I mean, since then to now, so much has changed, not only in Chatham County, but the world. That it's
John, we were talking earlier today, and we said, if the election had not been postponed, we think some of the outcomes might have been different, because it would have been over 3 weeks ago.
Right.
It's kind of like having an overtime,
right?
In a ball game or in any kind of sporting event, and that overtime is just it's making the game different for sure.
Yeah, this is a whole new level of extra innings.
Yeah. And
real quick,
oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Go ahead, Gunner. Go ahead, Gunner.
No, I said I still think we're not going to know a winner for these for a long time. Just with all
I sure hope you're wrong.
Out there.
I think Gunner's
real quick.
If they're close races.
You think he's right?
Well, if they're close races, less than 100 votes separating them, the provisional ballots and the absentee stuff that came in at the very last minute, the box of ballots in somebody's car, that whole phenomenon.
Oh God. Well, real quickly, what would be in your mind, Gunner, the biggest upset that you could think of that might happen here? That you would define as an upset? Would it be like Chester beating Jay, or which race maybe locally here would be a major upset, you think?
I don't think Chester beating Jay would be a big upset, just because Chester's so well known. Like, no one can fault anyone. If you voted for Chester, you're just kind of like, okay, I get it. He's been around forever. Maybe the Buddy one, that'd be huge. Buddy would be a big one.
It would be.
Big one. Buddy would be a massive one.
If Lisa Colbert lost, that would be major.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a major upset. Yeah, I think. Now, remember, that's a nonpartisan race that's on both ballots.
Right.
But, more Democratic ballots have been returned than Republican ones. That race featured prominently a big retraction of about Judge Colbert's record in Superior Court from Tracy Connell, which was somewhat a controversy, but pretty straightforward. I just think it's very important that candidates be held accountable. Looks like she was. We'll see if it turns out in the election results. But I think you're right, Robin. That would be a major upset. I think if Zena McClain won tonight, that would be, in my mind, a major upset. Gunnar, how many mailers have you gotten this cycle?
Not a lot, because not a lot. I've gotten, we talked about this the other day, I think maybe 4 or 5. I mean, not, I think I got one from Tracy. I got a lot of nonpartisan ones. I mean, not a couple from Buddy. I mean, it was a mixed bag too. I got one from Mickey. Like it was a mixed bag across the board. But I figured there would be more. I don't know, but I'm sure people already know that possibly know my ballot was received. I don't know. But
so I did not turn my ballot in until Friday. I hand delivered it to the blue box at the registrar's board. So I got like every single mailer, I think, known to every whatever races I was in.
I picked up all those ballots when you put them in, and I forgot to turn them in.
I know. I will tell you, I got no less than 8 And Gunnar, when I tell you this, you know what I'm talking about here. Full size, 8x10 glossies for Sherman Cook Jones. You know,
right.
that's like $10 cost just for my household. Right.
Yeah, wait for November.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So like, you know, if that's what's being spent now, I do feel like, you know, she's a very strong candidate, and, you know, she's obviously messaging the voters. And as you know, money doesn't always win elections. We could talk about how that played out in the city elections last year, for example. But, you know, it's typically a good indicator, because the he with the gold, you know, gets to message the voters, and he who messages the voters, typically wins.
And especially during this election, like, who could go door to door for the past month?
Correct. The past 3 months. Right.
Yeah. I mean, who's gonna?
Well, Gunnar, we want to thank you for stopping by. I know you didn't want to stay long, and we're absolutely, man. Watch the stream. We're gonna be live. You know, results hopefully will start to come in.
Absolutely.
But we're gonna welcome in our next guest. We're honored. We are honored to be joined here on the stream by a candidate that we supported last year, the Alderwoman for the entire city of Savannah at large, post 1, Alderwoman Kesha Gibson-Carter. She probably doesn't even hear me yet.
Well, there are 2 of them.
It says connecting to audio.
There are 2 of her.
Let me give her some intro music.
Right? Give some intro music for the Alderwoman. I see you right. All right, only a couple seconds so we don't get the stream taken down for copyright, but she's trying.
How was that?
She's had more than one Zoom meeting, I understand.
She's very in demand for Zoom meetings. Alderwoman Carter. It's like Star Trek.
Did that intro lead-in work out?
I don't know. I don't know if she can hear us.
Yeah, I don't see any sound symbol. There it is.
I mean, it. Do you hear us?
I do. Did you hear me?
Now we can.
No, we just now. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Alderwoman Carter.
I didn't mean to have. Is that official photo in the background?
That's your official.
Yeah, you can take it down if you like.
I don't know how. It's kind of cheesy, huh?
I mean, it is. You earned it, for sure. So we're in the middle of an election night, and polls got extended because of these irregularities. You dealt with this a little bit last year, and you ran in arguably the toughest race citywide on November 5th, and won a nail biter, by just a few hundred votes. So we wanted to bring you on and just let you talk a little bit about your perspective on these elections, and let you free roll about the city, what's going on with the city. We've obviously been paying close attention to not just your streams, but the actual city meetings themselves. So how you doing, Alderwoman Carter?
I am great. It's good to see you all. I wish you had told me about the costume party. I would have come dressed more appropriately. I'm just trying to figure out what that would have looked like, but you guys are doing a great job.
Thank you.
I think the one word I would use to sum up this particular election season is excitement. The election itself, the arrival of unlikely candidates, much like myself. Then we add the dynamic of COVID. The pandemic provided for a lot of confusion, frustration, and aggravation, I'm sure, for the candidates. And my heart went out to them. I could not imagine running a political race in a time of so much uncertainty and in a time where we were all just somewhat paralyzed, right? And so that coupled with the nationwide major issues related to police brutality, the deaths of African-American men on the streets of their communities at the hand of law enforcement. So all of that in its totality, I think made for a very, very tough race because I could imagine candidates were trying to hone in on their platforms and their messages, attempting to frame narratives, but how do you do that and remain sensitive to the restrictions of the pandemic? How do you do that and remain sensitive to campaigning amidst protest and our community mourning the loss of these men? So I think these candidates have done a monumental job in their quest for these offices. All I can say is I think that there was a lot of inspiration that the current council provided for these individuals. I know that was one of the questions that you asked during your forums. And it was good to hear a few of the candidates acknowledge that they were inspired by our stepping up to the plate and running.
Your mandate.
And so I'm sorry.
Listen, it was more than stepping up to the plate. It was a broad-based mandate to do business differently in the city of Savannah.
Yes.
And you're probably one of the most notable of the new wave that came in on November 5th.
Certainly it was a sweeping indictment.
Yes.
And I don't know that my arrival outside of my personal quest to rectify the system had anything to do with much of what had anything less to do with much of what this electorate wanted, and that was change. Not dimes, nickels, and pennies and quarters, but they really wanted substantial change with regard to the way our local government allocated resources, the priority of projects and goals for our city, the attention and focus to vulnerable citizens in our community. Of course, crime was a major issue, ethics, integrity, all of those pieces. And so as we now arrive, we're going into the 7th month almost. Can you believe the 2020 is almost over? 6 months is not a long time, but within 6 months, we found a lot of time to do a lot of other things. And so in my mind, I think we have to, at some juncture, start to make room for some of those things that the electorate is looking for with regard to that change. And so what I desire is for us to start mimicking behavior that's more consistent with what our citizens desire here in Savannah. What I desire is for our citizens to continue to engage in the political process, but engage in a way in which not only do they vote, but stay active by way of holding elected officials accountable, stay active by way of organizing and putting together agendas from their organizations, from their groups, so that the council have guidance. Because right now, essentially what we are working toward or attempting to do is put forth our agenda items in the form of the platform that we ran on, right? It sounds good on the campaign trail, but how does that actually look once you are actually working within government? And we live in a community, John, Chuck, you've heard me say before, Savannah is an awesome community. I don't know one person who would travel outside of Savannah and acknowledge that they are from Savannah. The response they often hear is, I love Savannah, or I want to visit Savannah. I wish I lived in Savannah. Well, what we want that to translate to is we want more citizens from Savannah to have that same sentiment, right? We have here in our community, we make up twice the national average in poverty. When we say that out loud, that doesn't sound like Savannah loves Savannah very much, right? And so what we want to do is we want our city to mimic the fact that we are the tourist capital of the South. We want our community to mimic the fact that we make up the most revenue for Georgia, only second to Atlanta. We want our community to mimic the fact that we have one of the strongest, most wealthy ports in the nation. We want our community to mimic the fact that we are the hospitable city of the South. And so unless and until our goals, our priorities, our decisions, and our votes, unless and until we align ourselves with those behaviors, those actions, we're simply going to continue to get what we get. And so when I say we need the citizens to engage and wake up and stay connected, you have to hold us accountable. And that accountability should not start in the next 4 years. It should start right now. I don't know that Savannahans can afford to wait another 4 years to vote out 5 more politicians. We really desire for them to do the right thing, to do the things that they stated that they were going to do, to keep with their goals, their objectives, keep that spirit of altruism and not be snowed and get so enamored with the media, the money, and the politics to the extent where they in the process.
Nice.
May I ask you a question?
Let's
go ahead, Robin.
It is really hard to take y'all serious tonight.
Oh, we're just trying to have some fun. The polls have just closed, by the way. Before you ask your question, Robin, of the Alderwoman, the polls have just closed here at 9 o'clock. I do also want to welcome in former 2018 nominee for House District 164, Miss Alicia Scott. We'll get to you in just a second. Robin, why don't you ask your question of the Alderwoman and see what that discussion leads us to.
I've been watching a lot of the workshops and the city council meetings, and one of the things that you've been, I think, trying to get across to everybody on the council and the city manager, et cetera, is one thing that I think is extraordinarily important, having to do with audits of people who are trying to come in and do different developments. And it seems like you're having to, every time you raise that as an issue, as something that needs to be done, it's like, my sense is that nobody responds to it. And on the staff side, especially, but even many of the other council members, it's like they're just dead silent about it. So I'm wondering, instead of having to talk about an audit as just using that as an example, because I know that there are other things that are related that ought to be done, but just taking that as an example, can't there be a way, or isn't there a way that this principle of having the audit and having it as not just a policy of the city, so that something so that you don't have to have this debate every single time something comes up, that it's done automatically. Everybody on the staff knows that they have to do an audit. Here are the components of the audit. Here's how they should be done in general. It can be modified for specific cases as necessary, but you know that it has to be done, and it has to be done on a regular basis, and everybody's held accountable. Why? It seems like that's what you want, and that's certainly what I would love to see. It has to be established as part of I don't know what it would be, a code, an ordinance.
Let's let her answer the question,
we don't have
Robin.
to debate this every
Robin,
time.
you're just rambling at this point. Let's let her answer your question.
Okay.
He's not rambling. I was following him, Chuck.
Yeah, Chuck.
So my desire to have a forensics audit basically comes from what was expressed on the campaign trail. You know, when you look at, again, when you go back to our arrival, essentially the previous administration, and I hate harping on the previous administration, but because this still feels like that administration, I can't stop. And until we shift and it feels like what I ran on, what we ran for, what everyone said, until it feels like all of council are Democrats, till it feels like the majority of council is African-American, until it feels like we are about the people's business, I am going to continue to harp on the previous administration. And the fact that that administration is no longer here primarily because of the dubious contracts, the nefarious contracts, the nepotism, cronyism, elitism that existed within the local government, the fact that you could directly trace the council members' voting record to their donor dollars, the fact that we extended $249 million in bonds within the last 2 years of that administration without any community benefit, the fact that we sold off buildings like monopoly pieces in that administration, we sold off prominent, prized, historical buildings owned by this city in record number. On its face, just one of those things would say that any responsible professional who knows anything about fiscal management would appreciate the fact that we have internal and external audits. But when it comes to the management of your city government, where we're talking about millions of dollars, know that it would just be good fiscal practice and due diligence by way of having a forensics audit, even if it was modified to the extent that we're going to do it on real estate deals, we're going to do it on contracts. You know, there is a pattern of behavior that currently exists within the city of Savannah, where with one stroke of the pen, we sign off on legacy contract after legacy contract after legacy contract. It's the same construction companies, the same vendors, the same attorneys firms, the same engineer firms. And we ask the questions because one, we can, two, we need to, and three, I want our city officials to say out loud what's actually printed on paper that our citizens don't see. And so it is my hope that the new city manager who will come in will see what I see and understand the importance. And so until there is a more comfort level and trust level, when you have behaviors that exist where processes that are just a standard with regard to putting items on the agenda, with regard to putting forth aggressive policy that's going to change the trajectory of our local government, that's going to identify new resources, that's going to stop with the continuation of this corporate welfare that exists within our local government. Unless and until we do those things, I will continue to ask questions, and there will continue to be a need to drill down into these behaviors. And so we now have a situation where we as council members, a few of us, are rendered ill effective in that we won't be able to put forth policy items on the agenda, because before we even introduce it, we have to have a majority. Well, I can't even get a majority to get an ink pen. I just asked the city manager for basic office supplies, and I can't get basic office supplies without getting the mayor to sign off on it. So, it's just, this is not what I signed up for. This is like a cat and mouse game, and it's really petty. It's really petty government. It's catty behavior. And because there are so many players, because the establishment is so entrenched in our local government, we are really hard pressed to get the change that we really need until the top tier of our leadership gets a clue.
Awesome. We love that, Kesha. We love that, Alderwoman Carter, what you're trying to do. We support you. We support Alderwoman Miller Blakely and the other at-large seat, what you guys are both trying to do there. I want to welcome into the discussion. I want to welcome in Miss Alicia Scott. Unmute yourself and come talk to us.
Hey,
how you doing?
I'm good.
Great.
Hello, Alicia.
I'm the dude tonight.
Hey, Alderwoman at large, Gibson-Carter. How are you? Hey, Chuck, or the dude. I didn't get the memo about hats and glasses.
Yeah. And hair.
I did not get. Yeah, that is hilarious. Thank you for letting the dog stay this time.
Yeah.
How's everyone doing? Hi, John.
Hey, Alicia. Good to see you.
We're great. I mean, polls are way delayed. I was just reading on Facebook that, there was a large amount of provisional ballots cast at precincts today because, machines just weren't working and people had to cast a vote and go. I think there could be some lawsuits filed by the morning. We'll see how things go. But, it's 9:12 right now. Polls, I believe all of the polls in Chatham County are closed. There's a couple in Fulton County that are staying open until 10 p.m.
Wow.
Yeah. But give us your thoughts on another election night in Georgia.
Oh, my goodness. Well, it has definitely been one for the record books. And hi, Robin. Nice to see you in person.
Good morning. Nice to see you in person.
Or quasi person, I guess.
I'm always virtual.
Wow, election day in Georgia. It has been an absolute. Can we use profanity here? Can we say shit show? Absolutely. On Facebook? It's been an absolute shit show. I think I expected it. I ran the same year that the new Secretary of State, Brand Raffensperger, ran, and I remember I was at a forum with him, and I remember thinking, this guy is absolutely nuts. Like, who picked him? So I had an inkling that this election cycle would be a mess. Kemp had the Secretary of State's office a mess, and I wondered how would they, fix things with these new voting machines. They did a dog and pony show for the state, bringing the bringing the new voting machines to churches and demoing them and having all these meetings at local committees. But it's a testament to Brian Kemp's statement to the media a couple of weeks ago, laughing and joking about voter suppression. And what we see now is the same tricks have happened. I have no idea what the results are going to look like. If we've got provisional ballots being cast, that's a mess. I got calls about card readers not working. Here in Fulton County, there were some of the machines didn't have paper, it's just been a ridiculous. Liberty City down here in Savannah, Liberty City, the largest box in that area in 5th District, one of the largest in Chatham County. They weren't open. They couldn't work the machines, and it was just a mess. I mean, it's a trickle down effect of poor oversight, poor leadership, and just absolutely poor handling. And I think we knew this was coming based on how Kemp basically stole the 2018 election from Stacey Abrams. I don't know why we didn't expect this, and I don't know how we could have avoided it. I hear a lot of people talking about early voting, how everyone should be cramming into the early voting, but legally, a lot of people might not be able to go to early voting because your jobs only give you, time off or excuse time off to vote on official election days. So I'm hesitant about blaming the people for not foreseeing the system of corruption ahead of them and, governing themselves accordingly. I think we've just got a really bad governor's office, secretary of state office, the entire, cabinet and all statewide elected, sadly, Republicans are, they're doing what they do. They're making a mess of things. They're making sure that processes aren't efficient. There are no checks and balances, and they're moving with impunity. And so I would love to think that we're going to have good results by the end of this evening. I'm not sure that we are. I don't know if they have an automated system in place to get the provisional ballots counted. I'm certain that they don't. If there's one thing that this Secretary of State and Governor shun, it's the leveraging of efficient technology. So we can anticipate that they're going to have an army of mice counting these provisional ballots over the next month. I'm sure they're going to drag it out as long as they can. That's just my take and my assessment of the entire day. The only thing we can do is, live another 2 years to fight another day and get another governor in office.
Okay. Maxine, do you have some thoughts on today's election process so far?
Yes. Hey.
Hey.
Good evening, everyone. How's everyone doing?
Good. Welcome.
I would have to mirror what Alicia just said. It's been a chaotic day, to say the least. And I'm not going to lie and say that I did not, well, let me put it this way. I had thoughts that much of what we're envisioning for today is intentional. I listened to the mayor of Atlanta talk about the fact that many of the machines that went down or malfunctioned in Fulton County and Cobb County and other large Black African-American counties up there had the largest rates or largest number of machines to go down. I think what we've seen today is like a crossroads of like what would go wrong, what could go wrong, did go wrong with the rain, right? People are pointing fingers. I've been listening on the news and people saying poll workers weren't trained or, this and that and the other. But the bottom line is, machines that malfunction on the day of a primary election, what's going on? So I have to wonder how much at the top, as Alicia said, contributed to this, how much was intentional. And I believe that much of what we saw today, aside from nature, in my mind, reeks of intentionality.
Well, locally, Russell Bridges is the director of the Board of Elections office. And he, of course, has a board headed up by Tom Mahoney and I think 4 other people. So I'm kind of anticipating the finger pointing that you mentioned and all pointing to Atlanta saying, it wasn't us, it was those evil people outside of here, and we did our very best. Well, I just think there's got to be much more accountability at the local level, and I just hope that after the problems in the last election out at Pooler with, you know, 2, 3 hour long waits, this should have been avoided. And it's just another stain on the quality and the integrity of our local elections. And I think Russell Bridges and the Board of Elections has to account for this locally.
Absolutely. There were some sites that were hour or more in opening because they had to wait for a representative from the Board of Electors to even get there to attend to the malfunctioning machine. So there were a lot of things that went wrong today, which is why at 9:20, we're just beginning to see some results come in when polls are usually closed by 7. So it just makes me, it's one of those things that makes me say,
I'd like to know where the results are coming in at, because I'm on the New York Times website and they've only got 248 ballots that hasn't been counted in Chatham County right now. So that's not a lot of ballots. Hopefully some more come up real soon.
Hey, Chuck, can we backtrack a minute to something that Kesha was saying about how the city elections really sent a message of change and hope as a mandate to do business differently. And I know the council is struggling a little bit philosophically with what to do, but
Right.
I'm just hopeful, man, that the county gets enough new, younger, energetic, ambitious people that want to help the county and direct the county into a much more modern and proactive and progressive government, more along the lines of the city of Savannah. So that's my hope.
Well, speaking of two younger, forward-looking candidates running for the county commission, we're joined right now by Mr. Ben Wanager and Mr. Adot Whiteley running in the 1st and 6th districts, respectively. So welcome to the live show, guys. I'm sorry we don't have any election results to talk about in depth just yet, but we've been bashing the elections board and Secretary of State for the last few minutes here. So why don't you guys give us your thoughts?
So you said progressive looking?
Yeah.
I look progressive.
Young. We said young and progressive. No, young and progressive.
You look good,
Right,
Adot.
yeah.
You're good.
That progressive look. How y'all doing this evening? I'm joking around.
You didn't get the memo?
Nah, man, I missed it. I haven't been checking all my text messages today.
Fair enough.
How's everybody doing this evening?
Good.
Well, that's awesome. Yeah, it is a very interesting night, but I mean, it goes right along with 2020. So I was kind of expecting results like this. Yeah, but I guess it is what it is. So what have y'all been doing? I'm just getting home. I haven't even got my cup of soda yet. What's been going on? What y'all been talking about?
Oh, talking about election outcomes. And why don't you tell us can you see a progressive majority coming on to the county commission in November?
Yeah, I think so. I think one of the things that I've recognized from all the candidates that have been running is, at least at face value, it seems like people are ready to tackle the issues and talk about the issues. So one of the things that I think is working in everybody's favor, and when I say everybody, us as Chatham County residents, is the fact that accountability is almost at an all-time high. You can't escape some accountability. You know, you can't escape accountability. So with that being the case, I think that regardless of who gets in, I think that there's going to be some pushes because Lord willing, I get in. I know I plan on being a partner for everybody on the commission. And as long as we can keep it real and really tackle the issues head on and not bullshoot with each other and with the Chatham County residents, I think we can really do some meaningful things. But if we're talking about just progressive overall, I haven't done too much research on all of the candidates from the Republican Party. But of course, we don't expect them to be progressive, or do we?
Well, hope springs eternal, but your buddy and our friend Jay Jones sums it up this way. He hopes that there's a that the status quo does not stay in place. He likes and believes that there'll be a new energy, a deeper commitment to push things and advance things on a policy basis so that the citizens benefit. And I think his description of this county election being a question of status quo or future is pretty well said. And that's something we hope for, and we'll see pretty soon.
Yep.
Mr. Wanager, how you feeling about District 1 this evening? What are your thoughts on the very delayed electioneering today and results because of that?
Well, I am very glad that District 1 and our surface streets have recovered from the afternoon monsoon. We had a good bit of flooding here in the Midtown area. So that's nice to see that people were able to get out on the roads and get to their polling places. Now, I know, I've been in touch with people all evening, and I've read the Facebook posts. People have been complaining about long lines, and we've heard about that, and that's obviously something that we need to address, here as well, up the chain. But I'm glad. I mean, I think that the record turnout is in the works. It seems to be what everybody is talking about, and that is on so many levels. That is so encouraging to have people that engaged, regardless of the weather, regardless of the hamstrung technology, just to have people wanting to vote, that sincere about voting. I mean, I've heard, not here in Chatham, but some friends in Atlanta who stood in line for 5 hours to vote. And that's amazing. That dedication it's sad to hear that, but then to be that driven to engage in your civic duty is just, it's so refreshing. It's so encouraging.
Dude,
what's up, stranger? I'm trying to let somebody else in here. Hang on, one more person. That's probably enough. Joining us now, one of the better Savannah endorsed candidates, Mr. Jeff Rayno over in House District 164. Good evening.
I used to have hair like that in high school.
Did you really? Did you really have hair
did.
like this in high school?
I did, yes.
I used to only have hair like this tonight ever.
It's been quite an interesting day. I talked about the problem with voting machines early on. The first round of machines we had, I actually publicly apologized for having voted for those through the Help America Vote Act and realized I made a mistake because of the dangerous nature of them. And it was Garland Favorito of votergeorgia.org up in Atlanta, who was an advocate for getting rid of those machines. I wrote editorials against them. I went to the Board of Elections. They laughed at me and poo-pooed me away and said, there's no problem with these machines. And fortunately, a federal judge in Atlanta said these are bad machines, and that's what got rid of them. And then I said, these new machines are garbage too, and everybody laughed at me and poo-pooed me away once again. And today we've seen the results of these machines and how horrible they are. And we should thank Governor Kemp for this disaster and make him pay for it in November.
All right, hang on. Before I want to bring you in, Alicia. about Jeff's race here in a second, but I want to just put some breaking news out there. This is on the Secretary of State's website. It says election results will be available after all polls in Georgia have closed. Currently, the final polling location is set to close at 10:10 p.m. by judicial order. So I'm assuming that the Clarity, the website, the Clarity website that they use is going to go live probably around 10:15. So that's about 45 minutes. So we can have a great discussion until then, obviously, and see what happens. Hopefully they'll come out quickly. But yeah, Alicia and Jeff, you guys, Alicia, you ran for House District 164 2 years ago. Jeff, you're running in this district now. A lot of us think this is the future of Chatham County politics, kind of ground zero. So what have you found running this year, Jeff? And then Alicia, where do you think this race is headed as we pivot towards November?
I got lots of great advice early on from Alicia and other people. And I went out there early on in April and started calling people and talking to them on the phone and asking them what kind of a vision they'd like to see for District 164. And much of my campaign was formulated on that information, and we moved forward with that. And I think that if the race had been determined by May 19th rather than June 9th, the results are obviously going to be different. A lot happened between May 19th and June 9th. My opponent, Marcus, is a very honorable man. He's a decent father and family man, and he ran a hugely respectable race. I really loved running against him. He's a true gentleman. But I think he gained a lot of traction in the last few weeks, and he's done a great job with his videos and outreach and whatnot. So if I were to lose tonight, it would be because simply of the events of the last 3 weeks. Early on, I was out ahead. It's going to be interesting to see the results. And either way, I'm happy for him. I'm happy for me. His birthday said one time, if you lose an election, you gain your family back. So you look at it that way, it's good.
This is true. I think that once District 164 is a battleground. It's a hard battleground. It's an interesting district. It also overlaps Aaron Whiteley's Adot's district. It's a unique to Savannah district. Not one singular ethnic or racial demographic dominates the district. Average education and income level throughout the district is higher than more proper metropolitan Savannah. And this is one of those districts where the people want to see change, but for different reasons. And I spoke with Jeff about that very early on. I also shared the same, early on with Marcus Thomas. The developers, everybody in that district is just after the developers and their HOAs. But there are other issues that I think that the people in 164 are concerned about. I don't know how much the events of the last 4 weeks will really move folks in District 164. Again, it's a very different district. Most of the people, a good portion of the people, are from someplace else. They haven't grown up in the South, where the most egregious racial acts from the Midwest through the Northeast on down through the Southeast, the racial disparities are much more glaring, and they go much more unnoticed and pushed under the rug than they do in other parts of the country. So one of the advantages you may have in District 164 is you sort of have a well-rounded demographic of everyone. This is an environment, an election and a campaigning environment that no one could ever have predicted. Everything stopped for COVID-19. Nobody raised a lot of money because people were sent home. A lot of people, all the donors had unsure incomes. If this was, an orchestrated propaganda stunt from our POTUS, they did a very good job of drying up funds for all the Democrats running against Republican incumbents. They did an excellent job of keeping people home, of scaring people half to death. I don't think that it stuck though, because people actually came out. I mean, we've had a massive voter turnout, massive absentee ballots turned in, and people ran campaigns. More people ran campaigns, more Democrats ran campaigns on shoestring budgets this election cycle than probably in history. They just, all of our events of 2020, they just turned the spigot off for everybody. So I think we probably had more of an even playing field amongst candidates and funds raised than we probably ever had, because everybody had to stay home. There was no door knocking, you know, people were afraid to door knock. So it's all just gonna come down to, you know, who resonated the most in District 164, I believe. This is one of those races where you just can't call it. I don't think you can call it for 164 because it's such a unique district. You just can't make a prediction for many of them. We don't have the clear campaign environment that we had for the municipal elections last year, which is, the verdict is still out on what voters feel like this year, as opposed to last year when they sent sweeping indictments on, you know, that last council. It was just a full swing overhaul. This year, I think the tensions are high. I don't know that that will be reflected in the ballot box. People like to think that Black people we're a monolith, that we all just vote one way, we think one way, we're all angry in one way. And that's just not the case. It's hard sort of getting that across to the American public, you know, that we're not just this one moving mass. And, you know, if one Black person is angry, that all of us are angry and that we're only going to vote for Black candidates. I think what this has shown America is that Black people don't just trust all Black people, because part of the reason that we're in this current climate and this environment is because we've had obstructive, very dangerous Black elected officials holding positions that have sanctioned part of the reason why Black lives don't matter. We look at Brunswick. Brunswick is in Glenn County. That's just, you know, a couple of counties over from part of 164. And we look at all the corruption in Brunswick and Glenn County at every level, and we're watching all of their elected officials, and the county commissioners are turning on the DAs, and everyone's just sort of flipping on everybody down there in Brunswick because the corruption, cronyism is so entrenched. And it's entrenched because Black elected officials got in office, and it was more about the money and or the fanfare, the pageantry, you know, the popularity, than it was about the people. So I don't know what these last couple of weeks, the political and racial environment in the US mean to any of the races, because every voter is looking at their candidates with a different set of eyes. People are looking at you know, these candidates very differently, both Black and white, and they're understanding, okay, just voting for someone based on race has not been working, you know, because if that was the case, you know, Brunswick, a majority Black city and lots of old, you know, Black families, we wouldn't have, you know, the entrenched corruption that we do now if the Black officials we were putting in place were actually doing their job. I mean, they haven't been. We can probably look at every municipality and find similar veins of corruption. So for 164, I think that because that is a district with high levels of education, you know, it's very, very unique, and it's a lot of transplants. I mean, I moved to that area because I didn't want to be in the metropolitan Savannah area. That was as close as I could live to the city, and on the outskirts, as I possibly could. And of course, you know, I'm not from the South either. So I don't know that we can call it for 164. I think that both you and Marcus ran a great race. Both of you would be excellent representatives for that area. Unfortunately, I do think that because it's been such a Republican stronghold since before I was able to drink alcohol legally, and I'm in my 40s now. So I think that you've got your natural advantages, Jeff, and Marcus has some of his. I think that between you and the last few weeks' climate, I'd call it even Steven, if we can use that when we're over 40.
I think, you know, whoever goes after Ron's going to have to go after the Stevens-Dayville flaws. They're going to have to go over this gambling thing. Because speaking of corruption, he's already taking gambling money from the people. And people down in the southern sector are taking gambling money as well. And that's going to bring about corruption. It's just going to happen. And it's going to get worse if they become successful with what they're doing. They're also going to have to go after the opioid crisis, 3 times what it was in the whole time Ron's been in office. People are dying because of this, and nothing's being done. And like I said before, you would think a pharmacist of all people would know how to do something.
Yeah.
And then I said before in another forum, I'd be welcoming a grand jury into the Chatham County jails and find out why there's so many suicides in there and when they're not being prevented and why they're not being investigated. That's not right. Those are people's family members in there that are dying. And they're just going, oh, it's just another prisoner. Nothing to see here.
You know,
well, thank you. Oh, go ahead, Alicia. Well,
I just wanted to add one thing. It's interesting that you would say that, Jeff. I got a ton of calls over the past week with people asking, why is the coroner's race so hot? And I think that speaks to what you just said, Jeff. The coroner certifies causes of death on death certificates.
The truth.
And so when you have a Republican coroner, which I cannot believe, I hope that you will take up this cause, Jeff. A long time ago, the state legislature should have amended the state's charter for partisan elected coroners. The coroners should be qualified forensic MDs or in the medical profession, appointed by, I believe, either a commission or the county commissioners. And it should be a job that they're interviewed for and they're hired. Having a partisan coroner, a partisan sheriff's race is dangerous. I mean, I'm gonna take this all the way back to Brunswick as our glaring example. You've got all of these partisan ministerial, they like to call these positions ministerial, but they're not. They're very political, and you've got cities, DAs, police departments, jails literally getting away with murder. When you've got the GOP financing your coroner, your sheriff, and your county commission chair, that is a trifecta of evil that the likes of which I don't really think citizens understand. I mean, these are the positions that they've distracted the people from and we've not paid attention to. And so I think that's why people are dying left and right and nobody's investigating, because if the coroner comes in and decides that it's suicide because it's, he's pals with the sheriff, the DA has no grounds to even press charges. So they've rigged the system. They've pre-rigged the system, in fact. So when you've got blue Chatham County, they've been voting unanimously blue since Barack Obama's first term. But then you've got statewide red seats. I haven't been able to figure out if that's just people not voting down the ballot, or is that my music to say hush?
This is my breaking news intro here. Breaking news. Just so far, 20% of the vote in. Let me do my screen share. This one right here. Share. with 21% of the vote in, Jon Ossoff is running away with the statewide primary for the Democratic nomination for U.S. Senate. Dr. Maxine Bryant, if you can unmute yourself, I want to ask you this question. They're taking up some potential police reform in the U.S. Senate with Senator Tim Scott leading the way this week. I've been following that story. What's your take on this U.S. Senate race? This young, white, good-looking guy is just running away with this field right now.
So I've been kind of watching Jon Ossoff, and he seems to have a grasp of what is needed, of the changes that are needed. I think it was real interesting that Mr. Lewis has supported him. Like, my mind just blanked on
former Congressman or current Congressman John Lewis, civil rights legend. Correct.
But I'm not surprised. As a matter of fact, I'm thinking it's a good thing that Jon Ossoff is in the lead. I think that he can be a fresh change in the Senate race. So I'm looking forward to see, what he really will deliver. But I'm not surprised, and I'm pleased. Particularly as it relates to your question was police reform. And we definitely need that. And that's something that he has been promoting, reform justice and reform with police and corruption, in particularly corruption. So I'm glad to see that he may be given a chance, it looks like, to make good on the platform that he's been running and campaigning on.
Looks like another key race alert here, in looking in Congressional District 1, Buddy Carter has wrapped up the renomination for the Republican primary already. I mean, look at this gap. This looks like with 12% reporting, the media has already called this race for incumbent Buddy Carter. I'll throw this out to anybody on the panel. What do you think that says about Congressman Carter's strength in this district right now?
I think his strength lies in his allegiance to Donald Trump, and that a lot of people, there's such a rift, if you will, or a wedge that's driven between Trump supporters and those who are against us, those of us who are against him. And so I think there's a point that's trying to be made. But again, you see the Republican Party has had a pretty low turnout when you look at the numbers. So I'm really curious to see what happens in November.
Anybody else?
I think that what we're seeing is a result of District 1 being so heavily rural. We know that that's where a lot of his
that's
support
right, Alicia.
comes from. And I think he's just got great, I think that Buddy, the one thing I do know about Buddy is his constituent engagement is very high, very good. I actually have a personal friend who is, votes Democratic all down the ballot, but when he needed a congressional recommendation for his son for West Point, Buddy Carter's office was on it, no questions asked. So I think he's just got just unmatched constituent engagement services, and he just responds despite his stupid gaffes on television. And then I also, of course, I think it's, the Trump supporters. Congressional District 1 having cut out, I think Augusta was cut out many years before I moved here. Having cut out Augusta has really given that district a huge Republican boost. And it's just a very hard district. We see Savannah's blue. We see a few other cities there are blue, but there's just so many more people in rural areas.
Hinesville comes to mind.
Hinesville is huge. And he engages, a lot with the military community. He's really he's very low profile. he's done one thing that made him a little bit popular in his, during his tenure as a congressman. He sort of flies under the radar, but his office does respond. So I think that he keeps in touch with and responds to all of his constituents, but more importantly, he does it with his base. And so they're just, he knows, he's a career politician, so he knows the name of the game. He's going to be a hard one to beat. I think that, a scandal or something to beat him.
No breaking news.
Is that a breaking news?
No, not this time. Sorry, that was a false alarm. We're still.
Oh, it's okay.
We're still waiting. There are still. I just want to point out. I mean, again, there are no results posted for Chatham County yet, despite other counties. I'm reading an AJC article, the AJC Live blog. Conservative commentator Eric Erickson is saying, these elections in Georgia are run at the county level. The counties with the issues are Democrat controlled and has historically had problems. The GOP has nothing to do with it. I find that interesting because, to my knowledge, I don't think Tom Mahoney is a Democrat at the elections board chair. Do you look like you have an answer? Adot, do you have an answer to that, Adot?
Absolutely. If I had to guess, he's not. I mean, context clues tell us that Tom Mahoney is not a Democrat. I've never seen him, but that doesn't make. I'm just one person, so. But no, I don't think he is.
When's the last time anyone on this call who's an elected official
I think that's just
or candidate?
Republican talking points that we're going to hear to really just misinform people and try to.
I was going to ask, when's the last time someone on this call, this broadcast, heard from Antoine Lang, who's on the elections board, who used to be really out in the open and out in front? Where is Mr. Lang? I would like to know the answer to that.
I see him occasionally on Facebook and some of the local Facebook groups saying a few things every now and then. I wanted to add something.
I've been in.
Quickly, Alicia was saying about Buddy Carter. I'd say approximately every 2 weeks I get a telephone call from him, and he's having a telephone town hall meeting, and you can ask questions while you're on the phone with him. It's like clockwork almost. I've attended a few of them. That another constituent service thing. He just seems to be all over the place.
He's like a rash you can't get rid of. The question I always have for folks who go to those Buddy Carter phone town halls, does your question, they ask you if you want to ask a question. I don't think anyone who's actually attended has ever actually gotten their question asked on one of those phone calls. And so I've surmised that they're pre-recorded and they're fake and they're stunts because multiple people have dialed into them. But that's just what we're learning now is that Republicans can only retain their power with tricks, schemes, scams, and theft. I mean, that just seems to be the name of the game. And you don't want to believe it, but look at our commander in chief. Look at Trump. I mean, he's causing, a ruckus at his own press conferences. He's saying these outrageous things. I'm actually waiting for him to show up at a press conference dressed in a costume similar to the dude. One of these days.
I'd like to say yes and no to you, Alicia. I don't think it's pre-recorded or anything like that. I've asked questions and he's answered them.
Oh, he has. Okay.
Well, but he hasn't given a good answer. Okay. He is really good with the talking points. He knows the talking points. So any question you ask, he can turn it around and turn his answer around so that he gets to one of the talking points that directly or indirectly applies. And usually it's indirectly. He rarely answers directly a question. But he can tell from the way the question was asked whether you're a supporter of his or not in many cases. So again, he's a tough candidate because he has those talking points, and he's got the campaign and the PR down pretty well. So it's going to be tough to beat that. Let's hope so.
Yeah, he's going to be a hard one to beat. As long as District 1 stays that way, he's going to be hard to beat. He won't be beatable until redrawing of lines, possibly. But that's just, that's sort of just how it goes. It's good to see Lisa Ring continue to come after him. That's important because when I ran my race, my opponent hadn't had an opponent in about a decade. And so trying to figure out your win number, we just didn't have any data. And so when I ran, I gave all this new, fresh data, which showed that, he's beatable. Similar with Jay Jones, who now holds the Commission District 6 seat. His opponent she hadn't had an opponent for, 12 years. And it was really hard calculating a win number to figure out, can this be done? And so as long as people continue to come after Buddy Carter from the Democratic side, we'll get him in a couple of more cycles. I don't know when, but we'll definitely get him in a couple more cycles. Hopefully he's another pharmacist. I don't know why all these pharmacists hold
all these drug dealers.
Yeah, they're legal drug dealers. And I want to say to the Republican base who have family members suffering from opioid addiction, take a look at your elected leaders. They're the suppliers. They are the suppliers. And I think even Isaacson, who has a special election coming up, who is resigning at the end of this year, the senior senator in Georgia. He's also so late.
He retired in December of last year. What are you talking about?
Was it last
Kelly
year?
Loeffler.
Oh my God. That's what I meant.
Kelly Loeffler.
That's Kelly Loeffler. Yeah, that was last year. I'm like, he's retiring in December. I want to forget about her. But he has a pharmaceutical company as well. I mean, everyone's in pharmaceuticals. So we've got, I think that the corruption in the political establishment in Georgia, from the governor's office right down to many of the major cities in Georgia.
Right down to local dog catcher. Hey, Ben Wanager, I want to ask you a question. Did you vote in person today, or did you vote early? Did you go around in District 1 and see various precincts? What was the activity looking like in District 1?
I drove around. I saw some lines. I was on daddy duty today, so kind of house a good bit. And then, of course, our monsoon this afternoon kind of kept me indoors more. To your first question, though, when I got that absentee ballot, I don't think I've ever voted more quickly in my entire life. I got that thing out. I opened it up. I made sure I read it 2 or 3 times to make sure that I had the right color ink. I filled in that bubble. I was very, very careful with my people. And then promptly took a picture of it and spent the next 20, maybe 30 minutes trying to find some stamps. and then mail it in. I did a lot of calls, a lot of Facebook, and by and large, it sounds like it did pretty well. The biggest complaints that I heard were lines, and then of course street flooding.
Well, if you're just joining us now, folks, it is just a minute or two before the top of the hour. We are expecting local election results to start to pour in about 15 to 20 minutes per the Secretary of State's website, at least. I want to throw this question out, and I'm going to start with you, Dr. Bryant, because you sent it to me and reminded me. I definitely wanted to get this discussion out here. Why is the RNC, the Republican National Committee, the GOP, why is the GOP considering moving their convention to Savannah? I'm going to throw this as an open question out to anybody on this panel, Alderwoman Carter, Jeff, Ben, Adot, but I'm gonna start with you, Dr. Bryant. What do you think about, this potential move?
Can I introduce a musical interlude here to this?
Oh God, here we go, John. What do you got? Your microphone is not very good, but it's okay.
He's using an 8-track tape player.
He's got something. He's got a Mac 1998 Mac 2 right there. Dr. Bryant, what are your thoughts about the GOP putting their convention here possibly?
So the reason I pointed that question to you, the reason I sent it to you, because I'm in awe. When I heard that, I was like, what? I have no idea. I'm not happy about it, particularly since it seems that our civic center is owned by the state. And so we don't have a say-so. We cannot say no. And then you take into consideration who bears the cost. Now, I don't know all of that. I don't know how all of that goes. But I was really stunned. So I'd like to hear from everybody else, anybody. Why would they want to come to Savannah as opposed to an Atlanta, if you're going to do Georgia, or any place else? I don't know. I don't know why we're being considered.
I've got a theory that the Trade Center over on Hutchinson Island provides extreme security so that no protesters or civil disobedience can happen, because they'll just close off the island and all the RNC acolytes will be safe and secure in their own little world over there.
They had their trial run with George Bush in the G7 when he spoke over there, so they know exactly what they're doing when they suggest that as a possible location.
I think it bears the question, was this kind of part of the plan overall? You see how fast Georgia opened up when it comes to precautions associated with COVID-19, and Atlanta's not necessarily safe to tag on to you guys' point that civil unrest has been happening a lot more often in Atlanta, whereas Savannah, we did not have violent protests and stuff like that. So, I think it's not too long after the state has taken over, they want to kind of stretch their legs in that regard. And when you look at perhaps skewed COVID numbers, the fact that our state hasn't been taking it serious overall, I think this might have been part of the plan all along. Not to mention Georgia is a purple state, and so Georgia could use that rally, so to speak, on the Republican side of things.
All right, I got a race alert.
I'm assuming my connection's messed up, huh?
No, your connection is a little slow, but it's okay. So I'm gonna put my screen up here in just a second. There are still no votes counted from Chatham County, but I believe that this is the final result for State House District 164 from Bryan County for Jeff and Marcus Thompson. And boom. So, Marcus Thompson lives in Bryan County. He's lived there for, 10 years maybe. So, looks like Marcus Thompson is going to win the Bryan County portion of House District 164, with a hefty margin there. So very good congratulations to him. Jeff, we know that this is a small part of the House District that you're running in, but any reaction to these Bryan County numbers?
No, he lives down there and he worked really hard. Like I said, the last few weeks, he's got a lot of traction going down there. So I'm not surprised by that at all. Hope to make it up in the boxes in Chatham County, but we'll see.
Right. Alicia, you got any reaction?
That's if that's just Bryan County's boxes counted, that's good. That's good news. I mean, Bryan County is where my little 780 got, is where I lost my battleground. I wish I had focused more on Bryan County then, but we all knew it was a long shot. But that is actually surprising. 74% in, but the bulk of that race is absolutely won in Chatham. Chatham is the telltale, so we'll see.
Right. That's correct. Well, we'll come back and we'll see. But I mean, I will tell you that I think that that's likely the entire Bryan County Democratic primary in that House race, possibly, right? Is that all of the numbers in Bryan County, you think, in the primary, Alicia, or is that not all of them?
That looks higher than what I had in the primary, but I got more votes overall than Ron Stevens in the primary. I didn't get nearly as many in Bryan County as he did, but I still got more. I don't know. I'd have to go in and drill down and look at the election results. But don't let Bryan County give you a false prediction. You got to look at Chatham. It's expected that a candidate should win their home precinct. I took almost 90% of the votes in my home precinct. So if that's Marcus Thompson's home precinct, that makes sense. I mean, he's been connecting with his neighbors, his friends, the people he lives with. So that is not unusual. I don't know where you live, Jeff. I believe you live in Pooler, and you will probably win your home precinct. And I will say this, that the Pooler boxes are massive. They're just huge boxes, and they're much larger, quadruple the size of the boxes in Bryan County. So, for me, it's too close to call. So I don't know what this 164 race could look like. You absolutely have to wait on Chatham. And I'm sure that Chatham was much more of a shit show than Bryan. So hopefully you'll know before midnight tonight what's going on in Chatham, because that's all I can say is, I have no words for that elections board. I think that entire Chatham County elections board needs to be overhauled. And I think that people need to pay attention to the board of registrars. Nobody's paying attention to the board of registrars. They are the group of people that actually handle these machines and all the administration and how everything is rolled out. We're screaming at the voters for not foreseeing this level of corruption and not going early. We're screaming at the Board of Election, that 5-body or 4-person panel who are useless. We need to look at the Board of Registrars. They control the behind the scenes logistics on our voting machines, and they are appointed by, I believe, the county commission.
I was gonna say, I think the Board of Registrars is appointed by the county commission.
Yeah, people haven't been. There's so many levels and facets to this election thing that there's so many moving parts. I don't blame anybody, but our local partisan committees should be educating and putting out some sort of education to the people of Chatham County. There should be something, a mechanism in place to show everybody. I don't know if it's a hierarchy chart.
Let me just point out that, Tom Mahoney, who is the chairman of the Board of Elections, was unanimously voted to that position. by all 4 members of the elections board.
Yeah,
you
after
know,
he resigned, yeah.
Correct. So, I just think that there's a lot of blame kind of on a local bipartisan level for how these elections, are turning out. But it's 10:09 p.m. and there's still only 248 ballots having been counted in Chatham County. So, I'm hopeful that in the next 10 minutes, we're gonna start to get some serious data dumps here, because we are just not seeing a whole lot, in terms of results here.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be a long night tonight. I do expect to wake up in the morning and see lawsuits filed. I read an article about the ACLUs getting involved because there's a pattern here. So it's gonna be a long night, and I don't know that the election results will be certified. I don't anticipate them being certified by tomorrow. But only time will tell. Yeah, I think we're gonna have a longer than normal delay in the certification of our election results this year. And hopefully some people who will actually stand up for this will win their races in November, and we can start to get these guys out of there. I mean, we got 2 more years of Kemp, which sounds like an eternity. He can do a lot of damage, which is why they're trying to bring the RNC to Savannah, I think.
What kind of numbers are we looking at there? They come to Savannah, what kind of numbers?
Normally, a partisan convention, including delegates, candidates, just attendees, there's about 50,000 people that attend the GOP convention, about 50,000. I don't know, I was speaking with someone else today. I don't say once more.
4 days, 5 days?
It's typically about a week. It starts off with, the drinking, the receptions, the VIPs and things like that. About 50,000 people.
It's being reported that it's not going to be the full convention, that the GOP is looking at several sites.
Yeah.
Dividing it up. So if we actually do that, there's no telling how many people or how many days it would be.
Yeah, we were discussing. Yeah, we don't know yet. So the normal convention is 50,000, but I think that Savannah could be host to the delegates from the southeastern states, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina. And then Charlotte will take on a few others. I'm not sure. I don't know what this is all just, it's just another
I think
doozy.
what I read today was that the president will probably still give a speech in Charlotte, but that there'll be several, satellite locations. Maybe that's a possibility.
Yeah.
But love to hear that.
So if it does happen, then it's an economic boost and it's a great platform for protesting.
Yeah.
I mean,
my take is the bulk of the convention will likely be in Atlanta, because Atlanta has the capacity to hold something that large, and then there will be a nice portion of it likely in Savannah. I think they want to spread the economic opportunity across the state. And we all know Georgia's purple. It's a battleground state. So they're going to put as many Republican boots on the ground here as possible. We will, I can see people coming and spending a couple of days in Savannah for one portion, and then finishing it out in Atlanta. Atlanta can handle the 50,000. They've got the capacity, the infrastructure, the public transportation. And then, like you said, a portion will probably be in Savannah. I think that they've got their eyeballs just on Georgia, period. And I think that if you look a little deeper, without me revealing too much, because I got to run to my candidate's house here in a minute, so I'm gonna have to drop off. But if you look very closely at some of the folks doing work for a municipal governing bodies there, you will find that there is a connection between your White House and possibly a highly coveted contract with your city folks. I'm going to leave that there and let you sleuths put those connections together, but you'll be surprised there is a much more local connection with the White House and the city of Savannah than many people realize. And some looking at a few lobbyist disclosure forms will point that out for you. I'm going to leave that there. So there's some hidden things behind the scenes as to why.
Yeah, everybody's favorite Emory University dropout, Nick Ayers, direct connection to the White House. You already know. If you don't know that name, Jeff Rayno, you might remember that name from circa 2002 in the Sonny Perdue campaign against Roy Barnes. Nick Ayers was the whiz kid that ran that campaign, and he ended up becoming the executive director of the Republican Governors Association, and he was the chief of staff for Vice President Mike Pence for a little while until the impeachment hearings started. So yeah.
Right. And who's his best pal? I'm not gonna say anything other than Connect South, but
exactly. Yeah, that's enough said for sure. I don't want to go any further, but I know you want to jump off. By the way, if you're watching this on Facebook and you want to join, the link is pinned in the chat. Make sure to put your name in the window when you sign on so I can know who you are before I let you in. But we are definitely going to have some guests and hopefully some more candidates join us. And mostly, hopefully, we'll get some results. Right now, the Clarity Elections website for Chatham County is live for the first time now. At least I got a link to it on the Elections Board website, but I don't see any results just yet. So you guys keep leading in this amazing discussion, John, Mr. Stranger there, and then hopefully in a few minutes here, we'll get some data dumps.
Good night, guys. I'll talk to you guys later.
Thanks,
you so
Alicia.
much. Thank you for having me. You guys are doing a great job. It's wonderful to see your platform. I've really enjoyed watching all of your candidate interviews, and best of luck. Any feedback and support, you guys, please let me know. Good luck to all the candidates tonight. Wishing you well.
Thank you.
I'll make sure that I become your BFF after you win. I'm kidding.
Isn't that always how it goes?
That's always how it goes. All right, take care, guys. Good luck, candidates, and talk to you all soon.
Thank you.
Thanks for everything.
Take it easy.
Well,
Alderwoman
right,
Carter, Alderwoman, you about to drop off too? All right. Go ahead. We'll see you.
thank you.
Well, given that we don't have a lot of results yet, I am just still astounded that John Ossoff is just running away with this primary. He's sitting at 45% of the vote with 24% of the vote being reported statewide here. Taking a look at this on the share screen now. Is this just a case of the money really mattered? Did anybody on this call get a lot of phone calls or mailers? I know that John Ossoff came to our county a couple of times, but anybody, this is a free open question to the panel right now. What's everybody take away from this race?
One time he was supposed to come here and had to cancel. And he held a telephone town hall.
I'll say that out of all the candidate TV spots that aired, he was about 4 or 5 to 1 to the next closest candidate for TV time. I think this might be a TV election win. Anybody else?
I have no idea who's backing him, but
Congressman John Lewis, Dr. Bryant pointed out earlier that Congressman John Lewis, is
big endorsement.
has been supporting big endorsement. I probably saw that Facebook ad, you know, more than a lot of other stuff. I saw another video ad where, you know, he was like walking down. It looked like he was walking down the street in the middle of Savannah, actually, like in the West Side somewhere, and just shot this video. And I got targeted with that. You know, boy, just a whole heck of a lot. So, you know, I'm not really sure. You know, it does potentially still look like it's going to go to a runoff, but I mean, gosh, you know, when somebody gets, you know, 45, 48% of the vote, you know, in an opening round, you know, that's a lot of distance to be able to make up in a runoff. And I just want to point out to all of our viewers who are watching right now, the runoffs are not until the second Tuesday in August, right? So that's a long time from now. So everybody else, free will and deal some discussion. Let me see if I can find some more results.
Well, Ben Wanager,
Sir.
what was the most interesting part of your campaign process?
Well, you know, I had physically speaking, I thought that I'd be knocking on a lot of doors and meeting with people. And so transitioning, I think like all of us, into a digital campaign, into a telephone campaign, and being my first go around, I guess that it wasn't as challenging as some of our veteran politicians. But it took a moment, you know, to transition from my professional life, personal life, and then also this new venture. I think I had some daydreams of going around knocking on doors and meeting with the voters and really, you know, face to face talking about my platform, that sort of thing. So having to do all of that over the phone, it took a little getting used to, but you know, over time, got used to it, got pretty good at it.
Well, I'll point out that personally, in the last 2 or 3 weeks, you seem to really pick up your social media effort and posted an awful lot. And I'm friends with your opponent's page. I never saw anything except one video post or two. So I think you were definitely, you know, overachieving comparatively with your social media stuff. And it was, you know, it was significant stuff. You're talking about issues, not in great detail, but who can on social media. But today I noticed, you know, he had his family and friends out on the corner and doing a lot of waving. And I just don't know how effective that, you know, last 2 days on the street corner and waving to passing cars does for a campaign. I think Judge Andre, Jeff, you might help me out on this. Judge Andre was the first candidate, and this must have been in the 70s, who started the phenomenon of going out a few days before the election and waving. Is that your understanding, Jeff?
I wasn't here during the 70s, so I don't know, John.
Oh. Well, I wasn't either, Jeff, but that's the story that I've heard from several people, that Judge Andre, who was a funny, cranky guy, and I could see him doing that.
I have a funny story about Judge Andre, though.
Let's hear it.
There was a case in his court, and it happened to be about computers, and they had to explain to him back in the late 80s what a modem was as part of the case. And they were trying to tell him you could send information over a phone line, and it just was baffling his mind. And it really put a big stall in the case, and it just cracked me up every time I think about that. But I'm not sure that waving helps a campaign. I do know it gives you a little bit of recognition, but most people have made up their minds, hopefully, by the time the campaign comes down in the last 2 days, I would hope.
I would agree with you.
Yeah, it was a great experience. I will tell on myself a little bit because of my profession. I steered clear of social media for the longest time, and so getting into this, I knew that's something I had to do, and it was a crash course in social media, the likes of which I've never experienced before. I will say for anybody out there watching who's thinking about dabbling in politics. Start your work with Facebook early on because of what happened in 2016. Facebook puts you through a background check like no other, so that you can run ads, and that's something that I didn't know about. I had to learn, trial and error. But it's been a great experience. Social media being what it is, it's still wonderful. Whatever way it takes to meet with the people, to get to know the people, asking them those questions and having their thoughts and their concerns inform my campaign. Yeah, that's what it was all about. And that's what 2020 is all about. And that, whether it's through the phone, through social media, or, obviously I wish it was face to face, but either way, I'm hearing their concerns and I hope that it's going to turn out for the best tonight.
Ben, did you spend a lot of time on the phone calling constituents?
Yeah.
What did they say? What were the top one or two things that you discovered in that telephone calling?
People, when I could get people on the phone, this day and age, people are pretty quick to ignore, the phone numbers they don't know. But a lot of times people would answer, and people were just grateful for a call. I mean, that was the first thing that came out of people's mouths. I think out of the well over 1,000 calls I made, I can count on one hand the number of people who were just flat out rude. So I think that is, I think it's a testament to the people of Chatham County, of District 1. We've got some great people down here, and I think that people really just enjoyed the opportunity to voice their concerns, and that's what I did. I sat there and listened, and I had many conversations with strangers that lasted over an hour.
Nice. Let me ask you this, and this is not, I'm not picking on District 1. I'm bet you your answer is going to be similar in any district, but how many people really knew who their county commissioner was? Percentage-wise of the calls you made.
Oh, shoot.
I'm going to bet it was less than 10%, probably closer to 5%.
It wasn't a whole lot.
Yeah,
I'll say that much. It's hard for me to really, without sitting down and really thinking about it, to put a number on it. But it wasn't a whole lot. No.
Okay.
It was.
And
I think people who've been here for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
People who are arrivals. No.
Anybody mention the fact that she's been in office for 16 years? Did that surface at all? 4 terms, long term?
Most people didn't know the actual number of years. They knew it had been a while, though.
Yeah.
And many people's, decade was the term often used.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I noticed the Oracle of Ardsley Park didn't come out for you, the dog walker. I know that was probably a big ask, but it would have been nice to get. Of course, he didn't, and we're talking about Nick Palumbo.
Yeah.
He didn't come out for your opponent either. So he just stayed away from your race and the chairman's race. But he did opine on a lot of other races, school board, a judge, and a House seat.
Yeah.
So it was kind of odd.
Yeah, it would have been great. He and I, we were in contact a couple times, but he's got his motives. He's got his motives, and I respect them. But obviously, you're right. It would have been a huge get.
Well, Jeff, that's a district that you're got a little bit of experience with. You have any observations for Ben?
Redistricting is going to be a big problem for you. Coming down the road there, it's going to change that district a lot. So you want to be involved in that process. I do hope they go to a nonpartisan panel for redistricting, because there's been so much gerrymandering going on, and they specifically drew me out of that district, which is why I lost on that re-election. And I trusted them, which was my biggest mistake, and I'll never do that again. But the people in the first district really want to make sure that their taxes are well spent. They don't mind paying for taxes, but they just want to make sure they're getting the services. A lot of the counties' status quo in the past has been just let it rot and we'll fix it with the next SPLOST referendum rather than maintain it. Yeah. And so there was an attitude and a culture among the staff of maintenance workers to not fix things. And
public works.
Yeah, it went all along that way all the time. And you just need to constantly point out that we really need to maintain what we have here, because we need to have the kind of respect for it like the city does for their properties. And that's what the taxpayers expect. You know, if you go to a park and there's no basketball net there, it's not that hard to put a new net up, and it's not that hard to weed whack around it. But somehow in the county, they seem to not be able to do that. I don't know why.
Right. Maxine, let me ask you a question. You were so kind and helpful in the district attorneys. You moderated that debate for us. Did you get any feedback at all from people who may have seen that? And if so, what did they say?
I didn't get a lot of feedback. People seem to, the feedback that I did get, people seem to believe that Selena Cook Jones is more personable. They seem to relate to her better. And so those were some of the comments that I got more than anything else. That she was relatable, personable, likable, approachable, seemed to be approachable. Yeah.
Yeah, my retrospect or takeaway on that was Selena was very even through the whole discussion process, and not only even, but a little bit more detailed than Zena. I thought Zena did very well, and regardless of who wins that election, there'll be great candidates to run against Meg Heap. So
I think Zena brings some wisdom. I think Selena brings enthusiasm, a fresh perspective, and I believe she's hungry. You know,
okay.
She's hungry. I didn't get that same level of eagerness from Zena.
Well, criminal justice reform seems to be the major, or one of the major underlying platforms or planks of that office and its future. And I really thought that while both candidates espoused that, I thought that Selena was a little more versed and committed to it. But, you know, just my take.
Yeah. But while I'm on, I need to sign off too. It's been great. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Better Savannah, for what you're doing. Thank you, everyone. I wish the candidates the very best. And as the night goes on, like Alicia said, it's going to be a long night.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for all you do.
Thanks.
Thank you, Maxine.
Thank you, Dr. Bryant.
John, I'm going to be leaving too. That's my bedtime. Thank you for this evening. Appreciate it very much.
You're welcome. Good luck to you, Jeff.
Thank you to all the candidates. I wish you well. And John and Chuck, thank you for everything you've done.
Of course.
Y'all have a good night now.
All right.
I'm sure we'll be in touch soon.
Yes, sir.
So Robin, you put something in the private chat here that I'm going to put on the public chat about the contributions in the Senate race you'll talk a little bit about that? I thought these numbers are interesting.
Just that it looks like the money for Tomlinson and Ossoff was pretty much even. But the interesting thing is how much the contributions from out of state came to Ossoff as opposed to Tomlinson. Huge difference.
Looks like she raised a lot of in-state money, and he didn't. Yeah.
I have two friends. One from high school here in Savannah, who wrote a letter to the editor and published, and it was published in the paper here. And he was supporting Tomlinson. And the other friend I have, who is a comedian who lives in Columbus and knows her well. Both of them strongly supported Tomlinson and told me if I didn't vote for her, that I was crazy. So I do what people tell me to do. But there was something about Ossoff. I know I said earlier that anecdotally, very anecdotally, that there are a number of people in the Atlanta area considered him kind of a fraud of sorts. But I have to say, without knowing hardly anything about his background, except that he was, besides who he worked for in government, his job as a documentarian and looking at scam, frauds, and conflicts of interest and all that stuff, very strongly progressive in that area, and is very outgoing and in your face almost in that. And there's something there that's interesting because of that. I think if he were to be elected, I suspect you'd see him raising some hell that the other Democrats wouldn't be doing in the same kind of way, for sure. I think the other Democrats would tend to be more diplomatic. There's a lot to say for being diplomatic. There's also a lot to say for being in your face sometimes when necessary. I don't know. That's all I know, really. And I'm not sure of those things.
Ben,
by the way, excuse me, 1 second. Those figures that I got, I just want to tell you where I got them from. I believe I got them from the Albany, Georgia Herald newspaper.
Gotcha.
No, excuse me, I'm wrong. That's one of the places. I looked at two places, and that was one of the two I looked.
So Sarah McCallum, who is, I believe, the campaign manager for Ben Wanager's opponent, is in the comments on the live stream is saying that there's tapes on the doors of the precincts. So John, I mean, you and I know that means that they've counted those precincts and posted on the door, and they've taken those results, theoretically back to the elections board, or the elections board certified it, I guess, but I don't see anything online for local results just yet. So I'm gonna keep checking the comments and see if she's got some info that we don't.
Okay.
John, do you remember last year in the city elections when we were piecing together the results precinct by precinct between like 7 and 8:30, and then by the time we got to like 9:30, 10, it was already over.
Yeah, it happened very quickly, and everything flooded in at the last minute. Well, I was going to kill a little time and joke with Ben here.
Please do.
Sure.
Oh, we know that you're vice principal. Is that correct?
Yeah, assistant principal. Yeah.
Jason's a teacher. Butelman, and in an interview thread that went along with our interview with him, one of his students made a post, and it said, "Hey, Mr. B, Hope you're doing okay. And I'm really sorry about the jokes I made about your Jetta. So it was cute to see a former student.
I got one better for you. I saw one person shared a post about Ben and said, this is the guy who used to always try to suspend me from Beachside School.
I was leading into that, but it must be tough doing what you do. So I know you love it, and God bless you for it, because you know, the last frontier here is clearly the school system. And if there's, I mean, the city's improving, the county has a good shot of improving here, but the conundrum that we know is the Chatham County schools is just a bridge very far away. And I'm glad there's people like you in the trenches doing it, trying to make sense out of it on a day-to-day basis.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, it is an extremely difficult job. There's no way of not saying that. It is a very difficult job, but it is as much of it is as it is difficult. It is also rewarding. Working with those kids, working with the families on a daily basis, it keeps me coming back day in and day out. Yeah, it is incredibly fulfilling, incredibly rewarding. And I'm sure that whoever took the time to post that, I'm gonna have to go look that up. I didn't see it, but I'm very curious now. I'm sure that kid, as many times as that kid and I probably had some harsh words for each other, we also had some nice words, and that's the beautiful balance there. Is that those kids that we have issues with, we might yell at each other, we might just end up having to put a kid out of school, suspend them, whatever. They come back and we give them that fresh start, and we do everything that we can to encourage them and get them across the stage ultimately. And it's a beautiful thing. I mean, it almost is a sacred thing, a sacred act, and it's something that I take extremely seriously. And because of my experience in education, that was the bridge to lead me into politics, and the idea of taking what I've seen there, the experiences that I've had there, the lens that public education is for policy, to see what it does, at the state, at the local, at the federal level, to see how it all filters down there, see how it's successful, how it fails, and then, make my ideas come to fruition. What can I do to make some changes? That's natural, I think, of anybody who's in leadership and who's been around it for a long time. So yeah, it's a beautiful thing, and it is.
Who hires the assistant principal and principal at each school?
The district. There's a committee downtown, downtown 208 at the district. They a committee of principals and executive directors who will meet and interview assistant principals and principals. But I'll tell you this. We have the raw materials in place to have an incredible district. I have seen some of the most amazing teachers at Beach High School, at the other high schools and middle schools, really the only schools I've been in, middle schools and high schools in Chatham County. And I would take our teachers against any other teachers in the state. I mean, we have some amazing teachers. We got some great students. For some reason, putting it all together and taking it to the next level is a challenge. But man, we've got the raw materials. We really do have the raw materials to be one of the best. And we do have the best. It's just, I guess, taking it to the next level that escapes us.
Can you think of any system or offer or means to get some of the white kids in the private schools to migrate back to the public school system?
Let's make this recession last longer.
Yeah.
That's a very fair point.
Yeah.
I mean, aside from, all jokes aside, I don't know. there are some bigger issues. I mean, you and I, we all know this. There are bigger issues here. There are systemic issues that are decades, if not centuries, in the works here. Redlining, systemic racism. I mean, we've got problems here. It's not just Savannah. It's any metropolitan area across the country. It is a tough problem, and it's something that is it bigger than the county commission? Yeah, absolutely. And would I be full of hot air if I said I had the answers right now? Of course. Do I want to be part of the solution? Absolutely. And I think that it's something that we need to have that conversation at the local levels, at the state levels, and at the federal levels. And it's something that we are going to have to face some hard truths. We definitely are. What is it about our private school system, particularly in the South? What is it about the way we have our property taxes structured? What can we do to take a look at this, reevaluate it from the top to the bottom, inside out? What do we need to do? One thing that was effective back in the 70s and 80s that nobody wants to talk about is busing. I mean, there are numerous studies about how effective it was, but it wasn't very popular, so nobody wants to talk about it anymore.
Well, I've always felt as a layman that the poverty levels of, let's just take the city of Savannah. I mean, the city of Savannah has a 24-25% poverty rate. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ben, but your what is it, Title I eligible students for free meals and thus poverty family households, you got 2/3, not 26%, but 66 or 63% of your students are eligible for those free meals and other programs, which means that you've got an inordinately high level of kids that are coming from poverty homes. Is that accurate?
It's probably a little higher than that, but yeah, absolutely.
Okay, well, you're making my case here. I have long wondered why 208 Bull Street and the school board itself to date have not used their bully pulpit to harangue and persuade the business community, which, let's face it, 208 and the school board are very tight with the business community. I mean, they work together on East Splost and the contracting and all the things that go along with that, but they don't talk about the low wages that exist and are so prevalent in this community, yet they're affected so directly by it on the sheer numbers of kids that have to come to school with less of a even playing field than the rest of the kids. So don't comment on that. You don't have to. I'm not looking for one, but I'm making that observation, and it's a lot like the 2016 city elections. There was a forum out at Armstrong for the mayoral candidates, and back then the big driving topics were poverty and crime, and of course ultimately crime eclipsed poverty because of the number of shootings that ramped up in the last 2 months before the election. But Eddie Deloach was kind of getting hammered by the panel on the poverty question and the low wages, particularly within the hospitality industry. And Eddie said, look, the state has my hands handcuffed here because they passed legislation that says that cities and counties can't do anything with the minimum wage requirements. You're compelled to stay out of that. So when pressed further, Eddie said, well, this is really an issue for the 26,000 people that work in that industry. They need to organize themselves because the law prohibits us from doing anything on their behalf. And he finally said, listen, if I'm elected mayor, I will use my bully pulpit as mayor to encourage those workers in that industry to fight for themselves, represent themselves, organize, and try to improve their plight. That never happened, but that's not my point. My point was, I think that was a good pledge that went unfulfilled. I have never seen anybody, out of 208 or school board even make that pledge. And again, I'm not asking you to comment on this. I'm just on my soapbox for a few minutes here. But I think until we improve wages, and it's not a quick fix. I mean, we're talking, a long range turnaround. But I really think that equity and distribution of resources has to start with better wages fundamentally for Savannah. I mean, we should not have twice the national average in poverty that other cities that aren't as blessed as we are with tourism and ports and all the business activity that's gone on. So, Chuck, you got any updates?
You'd think by now that I really would, right? Hang on one second. Let me. So let's share some screens. So, I mean, absolutely nothing is in locally, guys. I mean, that's the first thing. But I do want to point out that Lisa Ring has dipped below 50%. I predicted that this race would go to a runoff for the nomination. And John Ossoff is closing in on the 50% mark to avoid a runoff statewide.
Very strong.
I mean, he's almost 90,000 votes ahead of his nearest competitor.
Right.
I
really thought Tomlinson was going to poll better.
I voted for Maya Smith. She was the most progressive candidate in my opinion. But I did see your comments, Sarah McCallum. I know you don't have enough of the votes to justify making a call on the election, but not a whole lot in terms of local stuff here. Jeff and Marcus are still just sitting at what I believe to be the Bryan County Democratic Party primary numbers. This is the WTOC site. This is the Georgia Secretary of State site that I've got a bunch of races favorited on. And then this is the local elections board website that has absolutely just nothing on it. And we're coming up on the top of the hour here. I'm not sure how much longer you want to go either, John, but, I'm hoping to get at least, a taste of something here on some results.
I have a question for you.
I have an answer for you, Robin. What's up?
Given that we had the new equipment, right, in the polls, and wasn't part of the deal with this new equipment that it would be would it have been more efficient and faster to count the votes with it or not?
I don't know. Rayno would know more about that than I would. But I theoretically, the answer to your question is supposed to be yes, right?
Love the theoretical answer.
I mean, what do you want to hear from me, Robin?
I'm just asking. Maybe you knew the answer.
No, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I do not.
It did seem like it was going to be an extra step to take, though, for the voter.
Yes.
In order to.
I voted by mail, or I dropped my absentee ballot off. So.
Yeah.
you know, I really just don't have a good. I did not experience it, so I don't. You know, again, I just don't really know the answer to your question right there. I mean, again, this is just all a void of nothingness, you know, here for Chatham County. You know, they did such a good job in the city elections last year. I mean, the city elections were all but done at 10 o'clock last year. So I just found that to be interesting right there. I'll take my screen share off for now.
Quite an environment.
What were you saying, Robin? What did you say, Robin?
Quite a different environment today.
I could not agree with you more. I think it's definitely reflective of that. But, you know, I still kind of was thinking with the massive amounts of absentee ballots that we would get a first round of data dump. Maybe I also didn't know it was going to be extended. You know, I thought we were going to be closed at 7 p.m. But I do think that because of those, I was still hoping for a data dump by 10:30 or 11 p.m. And I got nothing for you guys, both here in the group, but also everybody who's watching, you know, at home here. So,
well, we have local 11 o'clock news on television, do we not? And maybe there'll be something, some information.
Michelle Haberland, I see your comments. We've been discussing the piss poor execution of the election all night. You'll be able to see the replay later on, but you know, we had a very large, good panel, including a couple of alderwomen or former candidates and current elected officials talking about it. And I mean, it's really just a travesty, the amount of just how hard it is to exercise our constitutional right of voting. If you want to come on and talk about it, Michelle, the link is pinned at the comment section.
Well, we knew it was going to be a long night.
Unfortunately so. I was just looking through the comments to see if I missed anything. But yeah, a lot of people I'm looking at. Let's see here. Let's see what Marikis has to say. I'm ordinarily a big believer in election day voting, mostly because of the gravity, important ritual nature. But for the first time ever this election, I mailed in. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So did I. It was the best thing to do.
Yeah, you know, if you really think about it, Chuck, when I got my absentee ballot, the state was still closed down. We were still
right
sequestered. Nobody was driving around town. It was kind of the arc of the COVID deal. So it's been a long voting cycle.
I'm sending some messages out to some various, gosh, you can tell I've never had this kind of hair before. I'm sending some various messages out to some campaign operatives and just seeing if anybody's hearing anything. But I mean, they don't have any presidential numbers or anything. I mean, they really must be struggling at the elections board right now, because.
Well, of course, they struggled all day with execution. They're going to struggle with counting. Hey, Ben Wanager, did you ever watch The Big Lebowski?
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, as a matter of fact. Yeah, many times. Big Coen Brothers fan.
Okay. Give any thought to the symbolism of the tumbleweed that opens the picture?
Oh man,
and ends the picture.
Be on the spot now. I honestly don't think I've seen the movie since it came out. What was that? 98, 99? It's been quite some time. Shoot. The dude, he's looking for his carpet. I remember John Goodman bit somebody's ear off.
Yeah. Well, let me just explain the symbolism of the tumbleweed for you.
Yeah, please do.
Okay. The tumbleweed is a fixture of the landscape, something which is always moving, but has no agency. It's enthralled to the wind. Thus, the tumbleweed represents the attitudes of the dude, who also goes with the flow to such an extent that he hardly ever has any control over his own destiny.
Well, yeah,
we got another guest here. You can definitely unmute yourself and start your video, Michelle.
I'm gonna skip the video. It's late.
Oh, you don't want to show us your face? Well, we appreciate you joining us. Local
I promise I'm a real person.
Introduce yourself to our audience here of 25 people.
So for the record, I do not represent the opinions of my employer, Georgia Southern University. I just...
Hail Southern! And no place else. Yep, for the record, she does not represent Georgia Southern. Matter of fact, I don't know if I can take this background down or not. I don't know. I can't do it. But you're a longtime local elections observer and participant. What are your thoughts about this piss poor execution of an election today?
I think it's really shocking. I mean, you know, people go out to vote in this COVID pandemic. We've all done our best to accommodate the situation. And here we are. I mean, my husband sent in, sorry, my phone is texting. But
I'm sure mine's going off, yeah.
Right. But you know, my husband sent in his absentee ballot request, just like I did. We did it via email because we knew we would get sort of like a receipt, you know. And I got my ballot, no problem. He never got his. He asked for his again, and he didn't get it. And then he had to vote in person early, and I dropped mine off in the little box at that time. But I mean, and this is just one situation. I was also out, I will, you know, in full disclosure, say that I'm a big fan of Anne Ellen Westbrook, and I've worked with her for many, many years.
Yeah.
And I was out for the first time in my entire 52 years on this planet, on the corner of Montgomery and I can't remember where it was, Staley. And we were, you know, waving signs and waving to people. And anyways, we ran into at least three people, maybe it was four, in an hour who were turning up at voting stations or voting polls that were not open. And we had to redirect them. And I was glad we could redirect them. But my point being that, you know, that's not cool. That people should know where they need to vote, and that the communication seems to be broken down as well. So, you know, there's a couple of things that I've seen, and that's just me. Like, I'm not, you know, I'm just a regular voter, nothing special.
Hey, it's a real slap in the face after to your point, after being cooped up and not being able to work and all the chaos. To just produce a regular election would have been a normal, nice thing. And instead, we got slapped in the face.
Hey, guys.
Gotta go?
Yeah, jump off, Ben?
Yeah, my iPad's about to die, so
I hear you.
Goodbye.
Go, Sergeant. Go spend some time with the family. Hopefully in an hour we'll have some results.
Thank you so much for everything that you've done and for putting this on this evening. And,
you're welcome.
I guess we'll find out later on.
Hopefully soon. Thanks, Ben.
Bye.
Replacing Ben in the panel is field director for Max Sims for House District 163. That's great. We got representatives or supporters of 2 of the 5 campaigns right now for House District 163. Chelsey Beck, what do you think about how bad this election's gone?
Oh man. I mean, it's really awful. I knew there would be issues because I mean, I was a poll worker last election, and going in to vote this time, like I wanted to vote in person. I didn't want to vote absentee. And so going in to vote this time was just so different. You don't fill out a paper, you don't fill out any information before you get your voter card or anything. It's just all electronic. It's an entirely new system. And then for poll workers who are usually, 60 plus in age, to like have to fiddle with printers because every ballot has to be printed and scanned. I mean, like it started out really awful. And I knew that we wouldn't have results. I mean, it's an entirely new system with new data integrations, and I'm really not surprised, but it's frustrating.
Well, since
They
John
left.
stepped away, sorry, I we both stepped away at the same time. Michelle, you mentioned you're a big fan of Ann Westbrook. We got somebody from the Maxims campaign here. Where do you think this race in 163 is going to land? We thought for sure it was going to be a runoff because it was 5 ways. So why don't both of you guys talk about the race as you guys saw it, supporting 2 of the 5 candidates?
So my thought on that is that, I mean, I didn't know that Ann Allen would be running against so many people. And I kind of, and I really, as a newbie, I don't feel comfortable or confident maybe saying all this, but it does seem odd to me. Like, should we have 5 viable Democrats tearing each other down in a Democrat only race? It seems like we could spread the joy into some other races and not have quite so many Democratic candidates. And so I kind of hope that the Democratic Party will, figure out a way to maybe guide some folks in that way.
So that aspect of it has been really frustrating for me because Mac has been running his campaign for several years. And the reason that he started running this campaign was because Craig Gordon was not present, right? So, I mean, and I'm totally fine with ousting Craig Gordon right now. He didn't do a dang thing for House District 163. So if you weren't going to run against Craig, why decide to run when Craig doesn't run? That's been really irritating for me. Just because Craig wasn't a good rep. He voted for Opportunity School District. I'm sure you remember, Michelle, we had like a huge advocacy group calling our representatives. Craig was one of them. We were sending emails, calling, and he voted for it. Stacey Abrams, the first time I saw her on the House floor, she was like fighting against Opportunity School District, saying how detrimental it would be. Mickey Stevens voted for it. Craig Gordon voted for it. So when Mac said, I want to run, I'm going to these neighborhood association meetings and Craig isn't showing up to anything, he's advocating for casinos. It's just, and someone needs to run against him. And I'm tired of Democrats playing these games. Like, you shouldn't run against another Democrat. It's really frustrating for me because not all Democrats get the job done. Lester
He also voted for a tax cut too.
Yeah, for the richest Georgians. He voted with Republicans for that. Like, he's voted for a lot of ways that I would disagree with. And so if you weren't willing to run against him, why would you step into the race when he asks you to and says he's not running? That's just frustrating to me is all.
Well, I agree with that. I mean, as I say, I kind of wish that the, maybe it's the Chatham County Democratic Party could, I don't know, do a little bringing of heads together earlier in the election season, start to sort of, indicate where, in essence, strategize earlier, right?
Right.
I feel like that would be, but I mean, I think if I understand correctly, Craig Gordon waited till almost the last minute to announce that he would not seek re-election.
He did, and that's the issue, right? Like,
Yeah, I hear you.
decide to run because you're the best candidate. So how can you run now and say, I think I'm the best person for the job when you weren't the best person for the job when Craig was in the seat? And when Craig was in the seat, he didn't do very much good for District 163, you know? So, I mean, like, it's frustrating for me because of the way party politics works and because of the way the Democratic Party of Georgia works. If people think that they have to earn a position, or, you know, you have to be kind of molded for that seat, or a legislator has to, like, you know, basically bring you into the fold and then you're guaranteed that seat. Like, there are a lot of assumptions that just shouldn't be the case. Representatives should be public citizens. They're public servants first. There shouldn't be career politicians. I mean, he sat in that seat for 15 years and nobody challenged him. And finally someone did. And then, you know, you got 4 other candidates in the race at the absolute last minute they can qualify. It's frustrating. But I get it. And then you've got Windlist on the other side who, you know, it's one thing to want more women representatives in the Georgia House. I totally get that. But to just push women into races just because, you know, just to do it when they don't really have a strong why of why they're running, it's just irritating. It's irritating to me. But I mean, any one of them.
I think it's important to note that Planned Parenthood endorsed Max Sims, though. You know, I mean, I think, you know, not all of these organizations are, you know, maybe biased or whatever as much as Windlist is. But, you know, this is one of the races that I was very much, you know, theoretically looking forward to covering tonight to get some results in. Now, in our comment section on the post here, campaign manager for Kevin Heyman says that there are tapes up at most of the precincts in District 1. But, you know, again, I'm not seeing anything online for Chatham County results.
Yeah, I'm just
the New
checking
York
out.
Times has nothing.
This is so frustrating.
How would they get data? Like, how would they get data before we get it?
They're on an IDX feed with the Secretary of State's office or something. But yeah, New York Times website has 248 ballots counted in Chatham County.
Wow.
And yeah, I got nothing. I got absolutely nothing. I'm wondering if we're going to get anything. Go ahead, give us a shout out.
I want to give a shout out to all the people who came out to the polls to provide umbrellas and water and snack bars and whatnot to people who had to wait. And way to go. And I understand it wasn't really necessary at the very late hours, but I'm glad to hear that the problems of the morning were resolved.
Jenny McCord says that the win list isn't focused on local issues. You are correct about that.
Well,
you're not seeing any data anywhere, Chelsey? Am I missing anything here?
No, I mean, realistically or logically, it would show up on Clarity first, because, I mean, that's the way you push out the data. So if we're not seeing it in Clarity, I can't imagine it's anywhere else.
I just don't understand how the New York Times can have 300,000 votes for Biden.
Can you post that link in the chat?
Yeah.
Please.
That's
I know, I was excited to see the results too. We usually don't have to wait this long. And I mean,
we were talking earlier about how the city elections were over at 10 o'clock last year.
Well, I mean, much smaller races.
Look,
yeah.
Can I ask a tough question here?
Let's ask some tough questions. It's 11 o'clock, John. This is nothing but tough question time.
Do I need a drink first? I'm just kidding.
We were serving White Russians earlier to go with our theme. either candidate, let's say your candidate gets in, can they count on the other candidate's support and vice versa? Or is that undecided at this point?
Okay, so real talk right now.
Yeah.
Mac has a really decent relationship with Mark. So I'm sorry, Matthew. So I think Matthew Swanson, we could probably maybe count on his support. No, I mean, we haven't really been friendly with the other candidates in this election, and that's unfortunate.
Well, is there a big chasm of policy and position between the five candidates?
No, so the issue with Derek is that, that's Craig's guy, and he's been specifically point blank asked about his stance on the casinos and won't give a straight answer. So on that, there's definitely a big divide. So, and I think because of that, he wouldn't get Mac's endorsement, and I can't say because I'm not Mac, but I think because of the casino issue specifically that Derek won't come out and say, I oppose casinos. He gives a kind of a roundabout answer. And I think that that is going to matter to a lot of voters in Savannah. And it certainly matters to Mac because it would be detrimental. I mean, like, we have a high poverty rate. A casino would be detrimental to our state, but specifically for Savannah.
Gotcha.
And the other candidates haven't really, they have federal kind of policies, climate change and, abortion rights and stuff like that. But as a state representative, we've kind of been focusing Mac on local issues that matter to people. Yeah. Mainly flooding is a big issue here. And the state really does need to bring some resources down here to address flooding and infrastructure.
I will say, Chelsey, out of the 5 candidate interviews that we did, all candidates professed a commitment to work harder and more closely with local government, City of Savannah, to get their agenda lists processed and as much as possible successful. But I credit to Mac. I think of the 5, Mac was about the most emphatic on that. Hey, I want to bring to the local government the level of engagement and legislative assistance that you just haven't gotten in a long time. So I give Mac a lot of credit for that.
Yeah, I mean, I give him credit for a lot of things. Like, no one pushed him into this race. He got active in the community, wanted to, thought about getting into a leadership position, thought about running for office, wasn't really sure what he wanted to run for, but he was doing it for the right reasons. So I stood behind him because I knew that he would make a good legislator, and he absolutely will make a good legislator. He's a policy nerd. He will research the crap out of any potential policy proposals and really make sure that, all of the outcomes are well thought out. He's a really smart guy. And so I've stood behind him because I believe that he will be an excellent representative.
Yeah, I really enjoyed his wonkiness, and it was real. I mean, the guy's, he's like the guy that sits in the front row of the class, right, for lecture.
Yeah.
He's the guy you want to get your notes from for the final. Right. So
absolutely.
I give him a lot of credit there.
I'm chatting with Orlando Scott. I'm trying to get him to come on right now. I'm assuming his campaign went around and probably went to every precinct's door and must have gotten some numbers. But I think we may have one winner here shortly, at least on anecdotal evidence alone, at least from having looked at the tapes on the doors.
Can you share that?
I'm trying to get Orlando to come on here live right now. Hang on. Maybe we can get us a nice interview.
Did you see the Oracle of Ardsley Park's Nick Palumbo's last minute endorsement of Mac today?
Last minute?
He endorsed him a while ago.
Nick Palumbo endorsed him months ago.
No, forgive me, I misspoke. He did a Facebook Live rolling out his endorsements. And
No, I did not see that.
yeah,
That was today,
that was yesterday.
yesterday.
It was yesterday. No, let me check when that was.
I mean, he just did a video, is what he's saying. He just did a video about candidates he's supporting. That's all he's saying. John, it's not the first time he endorsed that candidate.
Fair enough. Chelsey, were you surprised at the relative passivity or silence from city council elected people? They didn't seem to me to make many endorsements on the county races and otherwise.
No, I wasn't really surprised. I mean, Linda Wilder Bryan came out and endorsed Ann, and then Nick and Curtis and Dietrich endorsed Mac for 163, but that was just because Mac, you know, not just because, but Mac had been present and everyone else decided to run at the last minute. So he had already garnered their support, you know, so it made sense and they could explain that. But I didn't expect the mayor or really anyone else to come out strong for any other candidates. Who else got endorsements from council?
Nobody, but there was such a
Adot got an endorsement from Alicia Miller Blakely.
well, I'm really thinking about Chester. Chester is a West Savannah, history, deep history, and you know that encompasses the 5th and the 1st, and they were just silent, you know, and I'm sure that caused some consternation in certain camps, but I think it was a good call to stay out of it. Let the county decide it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
What are you cooking up for us, dude?
Stranger, I am trying to get Orlando Scott on the broadcast. I'm talking to a representative from the Shalina Cook Jones campaign. So I'm trying to get us some more guests lined up, you know, and you know, people. So basically, from what I'm understanding, is campaigns or candidates or whomever are going around and they're getting the printouts from the, you know, today's vote, right? But that's not going to have the advance in person numbers.
I have all that data.
You have
it by
not by candidate.
Correct, right? That's what I mean. I mean the raw data, you know, with the winners, right? With the choices being made. So, I don't know how indicative the in-person voting today is going to be of the mail-in vote. But, you know, I think we're going to try and hear from some more candidates or more people. Michelle, have you heard anything from either the Westbrook campaign or from other people or places you're following?
About what? Sorry, I just missed that.
About election results. Do you have any numbers?
No,
that we
I've got
don't.
nothing,
Are anybody getting them?
No, and I've been looking at all the places I can think of to look and checking with Ann Allen as well. We've got nothing. This is ridiculous. It's 11:23.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 2 hours and 23 minutes after the very last poll closed, right?
Yeah, I mean, they closed at 9 o'clock for 30. There were 37 precincts. They got bumped to 9 p.m. But from what I gather, you know, the tapes that are posted on the precincts are the results solely from the
In person.
in-person today's vote. So, again, I'm just not really sure, what's going around. There's got to be, I'm sure Darnell or other people, Chelsey, are other people going around and checking these numbers for your teams or what's going on?
You talking to me?
Yep.
You talking?
I've had some serious internet connectivity issues, and like Zoom has quit several times.
I'm sorry for that.
No, yeah, we're sending someone out to look at that. Adot's checking his districts. I have a poll around the corner from me that I can check for Chatham County, but not for Mac's race.
Right.
But if other people are doing it and they report the numbers, that works for me.
If you are catching this live stream, or Adot, if you're watching, you want to send in some numbers for some various precincts, start piecing at least part of this election together, piece by piece. Maybe in the next 45 minutes, we can get some answers.
Did you say you don't think that you said before my internet cut out something that you don't think the data that comes in is going to include absentee and early vote? I mean,
I'm talking about the data. So there's a receipt that's posted on the precinct door, and those numbers will only be from today's voters, right?
Okay.
So candidates that are going around to get that number does not include the mail-in ballots or the advanced in-person voting that is collected at the Board of Registrars and should be in the hands of the Board of Elections right now being counted as we speak,
right.
Theoretically.
Clarity data, that'll be in the clarity data when it becomes available.
I mean, those are the first two I'm checking, and then I've got WTOC up too. And I just don't.
Can you guys let everyone know what's with the Big Lebowski theme you guys have going on?
Yeah, what do you,
John?
Yeah. We just decided to put a little spice in the sauce.
We've been locked in our houses for 3 months. We're bored just like everybody else.
Yeah.
I'm bummed I missed the White Russians, man.
Oh, see, here's the full Sam Elliott stranger effect.
You do kind of look like Sam Elliott.
I got the mustache.
Yeah, you do.
So Jenny McCord says that the advanced in-person voting should be posted on the door of the Board of Elections right now.
Ooh.
Who wants to go drive to the Board of Elections for us and report live? That would be amazing if we could get somebody to go to. Somebody's got to be there that we know. Somebody that we know has to be there right now. Somebody for Jay Jones, or
You'd think somebody from the media would be at the Board of Elections, yeah?
I don't have my, I guess it's 11:30 right now, so we just missed the broadcast for the 11 o'clock hour. I would assume Yolanda Ship, if you're watching and you know anything that we don't, let us know. I see you're watching. Yeah, I'm not really sure, but if you guys want to text anybody that we know and see if they're down there right now. Jenny says Julius Hall is, I bet. That's a really great point. Yeah. I bet you Julius Hall is there right now. Yeah. Let me see if I can tag him right now in this stream.
Listen, while you're doing that, Chelsey, let me ask you, what was your take on the 3rd district race, the Bobby Lockett, Brian Reese race?
My take on it?
As a professional.
I mean, So I didn't really see a lot of that race. I think that Bobby Lockett made some really bad decisions. One of them being sending mailers out to the entire county. And he's running in a district race. Like, I'm on Whitmarsh and I'm getting mail for Bobby Lockett's campaign. And I'm like, all right, that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Well, I saw a endorsement Facebook ad today for Bobby, and it was Pat Farrell endorsing Bobby.
Yeah, I mean, some of the decisions made in that campaign just don't really make a lot of sense to me. I like Brian a lot. I hope that he does well. I guess we won't know for a while, but I mean, I like Bobby too. They're both nice guys. But Bobby Lockett just wasn't making good decisions regarding his campaign. And I'm not sure really where, I know someone working on his campaign, but didn't have any like authority over, you know, where the mailers were sent. I think he might've been working with someone in Atlanta for that. So, you know, those kind of mistakes, when you have money to spend and you're going to waste money at sending stuff to the entire county when, you know, you have a very small district comparatively, just doesn't make a lot of sense.
Right. How about the second district, the Tony Riley, Clinton Edminster, and Michael Hamilton race? You see a runoff there? Or do you think Tony takes it outright?
I mean, Tony probably takes it outright. That's not really a race I've been following, and I haven't seen a lot from those candidates. I know Clinton was going big on digital, and I was kind of impressed because I'd be like watching Facebook videos, and then an ad for Clinton would pop up. But what people fail to realize in these primary elections is that the majority of people voting are 65 plus. So yeah, you do want to target digitally, but digital actions are pretty much, you need to use them to get out the vote. Like, you use them for name recognition. Like, you can't count on digital advertisements completely. And I feel like that's kind of what Clinton did. I really didn't see anything else come out from his campaign. So, I mean, if you're failing to hit anyone over 65 in an election where 65 plus age group decides an election,
yeah,
I mean, that's not smart either.
I keep telling everybody it's really male. It's really male that wins elections, you know, but it costs a lot of money to be effective. And, you know, most people aren't in a position or willing or able to raise that kind of money. Go ahead, John.
I'm in the second district, and I didn't get a single piece of mail from Riley, Clinton, or Hamilton. Not one.
Yeah.
And I've been a 5-star Democrat for the last 12 years, voting in every single election that ever happened.
Most of them Republican.
What?
So then most of them Republican.
Yeah, he hasn't voted in a Republican election in like 15 years, he's saying.
No, yeah, I'm just playing with you. Okay, while we're talking about mailers, can we talk about Shalina Cook Jones's? Oh my God. Her mailers.
We can talk about her, yeah.
I mean, like her.
Well, they weren't necessarily her mailers, but they were definitely on her behalf.
They were well done graphically. The composition, the colors,
her having the support of the Justice and Public Safety PAC, I mean, like, has absolutely helped her campaign. I don't know how much they probably spent. At least, what would you say, Chuck? How much do you think they spent on? They sent 4 countywide full sheets.
I saw them. I got all 4 of them. See, I didn't turn my ballot in until Friday, so I was in the vote builder list of high propensity Democrats that hadn't voted yet. So I was getting every single one of those mailers. And to my knowledge, you know, there was over $100,000 spent in the primary for her on her behalf, you know, between digital and mail. I would imagine the bulk of that was spent on mail. So, you know, it's one of the main reasons I called for this race to have the largest, you know, gap between the two candidates. I called for a 58-42 finish today between her and Zena. And, you know, I like Zena. She's a loyal Democrat. She's a perennial candidate. And ultimately, I think Shalina Cook-Jones is going to be kind of the leader of the ticket going into the fall. And, the endorsement we made first, Better Savannah did, was for Jeff Rayno in House District 164 because of the dramatic shift of balance of power that having a Democratic chairman of our local delegation will have on local policy outcomes, right? It's such a critical race because it will make Lester Jackson the chairman of that delegation. So I do think that having a strong candidate towards the top of the local ticket, bodes well for races like that, races like hopefully Ben Wanager in the first against Commissioner Stone, and what is pointing towards Orlando Scott in the 7th. Joining us now is a representative from the Kevin Heyman campaign. It's Sarah McKellar. Oh, and Kevin. We got Kevin as well. Give it a second to connect the audio.
Okay, we're in.
There you guys are. Welcome aboard the live election night coverage with no election results online, at least.
No,
what did you find out from the boxes at the precincts?
Well, there's so the tape is about 8 miles long.
It usually is. Yep.
And it's folded about 18 times, and it's all taped up, and they're not done well. But we got most of our precincts except for JEA and White Bluff. We did call the election commission's office because we don't have tape on the doors. And we talked to them, and they said that they should have results posted momentarily. You're muted.
You said they're going to have results posted momentarily?
Well, that's what they said.
They literally just said that. Just got off the phone with them, and that's what they just said.
I don't know. I got other campaigns asking me to call Antoine Lang like I know him personally like that. I don't have his phone number. Do you, Chelsey?
He's on the board.
She's on mute, yeah. She's on mute. She doesn't know it yet.
We can't see
I think I
anybody.
might. But that doesn't mean he's going to answer.
I'm sure he's not going to answer right now.
We just called the number, the 201.
I'm shocked somebody answered that line tonight.
Oh, they've answered every time we've called.
And they've been very close.
And they've been very kind.
So are you confident, based on what you saw on the boxes at the precincts, to declare victory tonight already, or you have no idea?
No.
This is all right. So I talked with Rusty today. I went by about 10, 11 o'clock this morning, and he took me in the back and showed me the boxes upon boxes of mail-in ballots that have not even been touched yet. He basically told me he thinks it'll be the end of the week before all the mail-in boxes are counted. They had over 30,000 mail-in ballots, which he said is more than they normally get for a primary election period for Chatham County.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, I think we just like some data. I'm sure they have some things that are counted or can be released at this point. And that would at least help us, with some kind of idea of.
Well, I think that was low. So even with the in-person, because our in-person numbers are not, they're not. And I only pulled them for ours because we didn't have enough time. It would have. I'd still be there if I was writing down all of the races. So we pulled ours off of it, but I think the in-person, but we were outside waving at precincts all day long, and we did not have that many. The traffic was kind of slow. And people talk about lines. We did not see any lines. We never saw lines out the door. We never saw. I was at Central Christ Church at 7:30 this morning, and there was low traffic, no line. My 7-year-old called me and said, "Mom, we haven't seen a car. They're 1 and 2 minutes apart, just driving down the road, not even going in." It's also not his first election. Kevin and and then Kevin was at JEA Abercorn during this morning. So I think I don't think you can declare a victory based on what's on the tape, because I think the advanced in person and the absentee are going to be really what decides this race.
Well, typically there's a trend, and you know, if a candidate was getting, you know, 65% of the day of election vote, you know, it's very logical to say they're going to track somewhere close to that on most of those other vote sources. So I mean, I'd just be interested to know what any data. Orlando Scott's supposed to be jumping on this call as well to try and give us an idea of what's going on in the 7th district. John, by the way, I think you got my head size one size too small, by the way.
They don't come in sizes.
Oh, exactly.
I was just going to give them a percentage.
Oh yeah,
I can do that.
Kevin, let me ask you, Sarah, let me ask you guys, what do you think of John Ossoff running away with the primary for U.S. Senate?
Not even a little bit surprised.
You're not surprised at all?
Not even a little bit.
Yeah.
He came in with more name recognition by a lot, and my bet is his outside of Georgia money is 5-1.
Yeah.
You know, no, I'm not even a little surprised. I'm not unhappy with him. He might not have been my first choice, but that's okay too. What I need is a candidate that can compete in the next election and make that sort of money and get people excited about it. I hope.
Well, with just a little under 50% reporting, you know, John Ossoff is nearing 49% right now, a clear plurality, but I just think the question is, can he get to a raw majority between now and Friday of next week, whenever we certify this election?
I'm not even gonna hit. I'm not even gonna try to guess.
Right.
But
exactly.
I'm not surprised at what I see now.
Well, I guess that's good to know.
Facebook.
I mean, I do remember that John Ossoff was here in Savannah, you know, before the COVID crisis hit, and he had done a town hall at the Buccaneer Club, and you know, so he clearly was getting some love. I think Chelsey's taking a phone call right now. Hopefully, she's getting some type of results for us here. Did you win the majority of your precincts on today's vote, at least, Kevin?
Yes.
Well, we only have none. We only have. Oh my God! Right, hold on. I'm trying to join from it.
Yeah.
We only have none. We only have. We only have none. We only have. Oh my God! Right, hold on. I'm trying
All right, I'm gonna turn this one off.
I won't join. Yes, turn that one off.
Turn this one off.
Like they're gonna
Did it turn off?
join us.
No, I want to.
Hey, Abby.
Are we back? No, we're gone. Hey, Michelle.
Hey, beautiful.
Oh, John, we got nothing, man. I mean, we're coming up on a quarter to midnight, and there's not, you know, one batch of data for us on some of these local sites here.
Who's better, Savannah?
Hello.
Hi.
That was my wife.
So we have 9 precincts, but out of several, we have 2 without tape. What what I can say is that of the votes for District 1 Commissioner, we have only 2,085 votes accounted for at this point in time. But like I said, we don't have all of our precincts.
Right.
Shown on the Republican ticket is obviously winning that Republican ticket with 1,293 votes. And as far as Wanager and Heyman go, I will say that it is trending towards Heyman, but again, we don't have all of our precincts, nor do we have the early
nor do you have the early in-person correct or the mail-in correct. No, I get it. No, it's yeah.
I won't count my chickens before they hatch, and neither will Kevin. I will say what our trend looks like, but 500 to 292 is trending our way, but JEA and White Bluff Presbyterian are not insignificant precincts.
No, they're big.
Also,
Right.
with the advanced in-person and the absentee, I mean, this could go.
Yeah, we could be looking at 20% of the votes in person, less.
So yeah, it could be.
We asked, John, we asked your opponent, Kevin, earlier, Ben, when we spoke to Ben earlier in the broadcast. You know, the Oracle of Ardsley declined to endorse in this race. We mean, of course, 4th District Alderman Nick Palumbo, who has endorsed in several other races, but declined to endorse in this one. Do you have any thoughts or any insight you can share with us on that?
It was my opinion that I was not going to reach out till after we had finished this primary race. It is still where I'm at.
Sure.
I think his endorsement in the general is a really, apparently I'm holding. Is my finger in front? Oh, apparently I don't know how to hold the phone. I think it's very important, but I truly believe that, you know, whatever happened between me and Ben, whoever won after that is the one that we need to get behind. And if Ben beats me, I 100% guarantee I will lend whatever support I can to him.
Good.
Great. Joining us now is the candidate in the 7th Commission District, switching over to West Chatham County here. Orlando, what's going on, man?
My man, Chuck, going well. How are you?
You know, I mean, I'm fine. I mean, I wish we had some election results online here.
I know this is a long night. My day started at 5 a.m. this morning.
Wow.
5 a.m. So, but you know, I believe we had a great day today. So we had teams at nearly every precinct in the 7th district today. And we were there all day. We actually did a lot of exit interviews coming out the precinct, and the results were very favoring. We had representation at every precinct except one, which is probably one I would never win in. But I feel real good about the race, even though the results haven't come in yet. I really feel that the citizens in District 7 understands my platform. They understand what I stand for, and you know, I feel that this change is coming that we talked about before. So, very.
Did you say that you had checked all of the boxes and that you had won all but one? Is that what you're saying on today's in-person vote?
No. We did a lot of exit interviews. So that's an old corporate trick. That's an old corporate.
You don't have James out at the precincts looking at the tapes right now.
I wish. My nerves are like on edge right now, but no. But seriously, we did real good, and I know you called the win, and
I did call for it.
I'm pretty certain that number that you call will be substantially higher. So I feel real
I
good.
hope so. I am just of the mindset that with high turnout, it's really hard to predict local elections.
Right.
We're coming up on 10 minutes before the hour here, and we have no data, online at least. So, anecdotally, I'm hearing that, you're doing well. I'm hearing that the Joneses are doing well, but I don't have any idea. If anybody watching does, feel free to join. The pinned comment, at the top of the comments here is the link to our active Zoom broadcast. So if you have some information that we don't, please feel free to join us and tell us what you know.
Well, I saw John over there, so I just want to say hello to John also. I'm sorry.
Hey, Orlando.
Good to see you, sir. Good to see you.
Looking good. You're looking good.
Well, thank you. I feel good. And I'm, again, like I told Chuck, I'm very encouraged for the results today, and I look forward to a very tough general election race that I would have to prepare for in November. So
I think that's a good realistic statement. I will say that having worked with Dean for 4 years, 3.5, Dean appears to me to be very concerned in taking this election like he's not taken an election in 15 years.
Yes, sir.
So that's good news, Orlando. He looks a little stressed, but it's going to be tough. But let's hope we all get there.
But we will, and I think with everything that's going on in the world today, you see that there's a change in the guard that citizens are looking for. Whether it's social issue, racial issues, whatever. Their citizens today are looking for progressive change, and especially the youth that is coming up. And I honestly believe, and I said this from the very beginning, that the same thing that happened in the Savannah city election last year will happen this year in the county election.
Yeah, it's almost our own Arab Spring.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But
it's a shame that not to be a crepe hanger, but that city election was so stunning and so overwhelming. And after they took office, bam, the COVID-19 thing
yes,
came into our culture and our world and our lives. And it sort of sent everybody sideways.
Absolutely.
And there's also an underlying division. And when people write it off to personality, I don't buy that. It's true, but that's not the substantive issue. The substantive issue going on at City Council, in my view, is that there's 4.5 people that are following their mandate to their voters, to their constituents, to change how we do business in the city of Savannah. Yes. And there's 4.5 that campaigned on that, but have lost track of that. And they're more status quo than the other 4.5. And that's not what we heard, and that's not what we were sold. And I don't know if they're going to move in the direction that they campaigned on, or if they're just going to be more followers as opposed to initiators. Time will tell. I'm just hopeful that we wind up at the county at the end of the day with a a core of 5 votes led by Jay that will bring new life and some modernity, if I can say that.
Yes.
To how the county operates, because there's, you know, in the inside baseball world of government, when I was on the county commission, the city was the exemplar for good government and better systems and faster action. Wow. And just you know, younger, faster, smarter, and better. So the county never caught up to that, but I'm hoping that with this election, this will be the first time that the county can really ignite and move in that progressive direction.
Absolutely, and I'm very encouraged with the current lineup that we have in the race today. So we have some talented individuals, and you mentioned Jay. That guy there has a heart for all people, and if we can get him in that seat, I think you're going to see, along with, to your point, some other key individuals that can make up that 5 vote. I think you're going to see a great change for the good in this county here. So I'm very encouraged by that. You look down the line, District 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Yeah,
there's we have some real talented players that can potentially make an impact for generations to come in Chatham County. And that's one of the reasons why I got into the race. Well, a couple of reasons, but it definitely was one of the reasons, because I care about not only the district that I live in, but the county. And for so long, we've been underestimated in a lot of areas and marginalized. And I have some great ideas that I want to bring to the table. I know with the COVID-19 crisis that we have going on, things will be different, and I probably won't be able to bring a lot of those ideas to the table. But I'm very encouraged about the possibilities of what is to come this November.
Just doing the history and review thing, you know, 8 years of Pete Lukakis were not revolutionary.
Right.
He was a well-intentioned chairman who, you know, got involved in everything, yet nothing modernized, nothing got progressive. And then, of course, 8 years of Al Scott, more status quo, no progressive modernization, no initiative, just, again, another placeholder. So what are we talking about? We're talking about a 16-year drought of, well, I won't go back further into Billy Hare's tenure, because I wasn't on the commission in Billy's first term.
Right.
But I will say, after looking at the Al Scott 8 years and the Pete Lukakis 8 years, I'd almost say that Billy led, out of all 3 reigns, Billy's reign was probably the most progressive, although not progressive enough, if you will. So
right.
I'm pretty confident that whether it's Heyman or Wanager in the first, it remains to be seen. But if we can displace Helen Stone and get a victory there, that'll be a key chess move,
right,
or a new coalition on the county commission.
I love what Wanager brings to the table.
Yeah,
and his heart for the community, just from me following him this past few months, I think he would be a great piece to that puzzle if we were to turn the tables there.
Yeah. I feel Gary Monroe. Let me interrupt you. And he's incredibly ambitious, which is great.
Mhm. I personally know Gary Monroe, family friend on my wife's side, and Gary has a heart, a great leader. He's a minister, a pastor in the community, well respected, and has a great heart for the people. Gary is serious. If you ever listen to him speak, he has a heart for his people in the eighth district. And I know he had a couple of unsuccessful runs at Garden City as mayor, but just knowing him on a personal level, that Gary's the truth. And I don't know a lot about Adams other than he's the son of the late mayor, but I think Gary would be a strong piece to that puzzle also, coming in as a new commissioner for the 8th district.
Gotcha. You got any thoughts on the crazy 5th district with 5 candidates?
I think you're gonna have a runoff with Shabazz and Milton. That's my prediction. Right. That's Shabazz and Milton, and both bring strengths to the 5th district, and of course a lot of energy with Shabazz there, and you know, and I know his heart also. You know, he's had, you know, probably in the past some hiccups, you know, with the media, but you can't take away the heart he has for the 5th district.
Well
and, you can't. His wife, Dr. Shabazz, I've known Dr. Shabazz as long as I can remember, and they have a heart for the people. They have a heart for the people, and always did. Again, Pastor Dr. Shabazz is a pastor also. So whenever you have that element there, you get a certain type of individual in that seat. So you know, but going back to your question, I just from a numbers game, I think you got Shabazz and Milton going into a runoff.
Well, personally, I have been very impressed by Angela Washington's effort. She seems to have really put her shoulder into this, which is totally new to her, and worked and worked and worked. So
if it's funny you mentioned that, John, I met Angela for the first time last week. We did a radio interview together, and man, I'm a fan of Miss Washington. She has a lot of energy. She was giving me the history of her background, but she was speaking of the gaps that are in the 5th district, from the neglect in the park. I can't think of the name. Is it Can Park?
Can Park, yeah.
And she went in depth about the history of the park and just the neglect that it's had, and some of the things she wanted to do. And she brings a lot of energy to the table. I would love to see her in that seat. I think she would be a viable candidate. You know, from a numbers game, I don't know if that's going to happen. I think Shabazz's core is just too strong, and then Milton from the newspaper has a following. So sometimes sometimes it's that popularity gets you some votes. I mean, that's the reality.
Any way you slice it, there's a runoff coming for us,
right,
in that district.
Yes, sir. So that will be interesting to see. I'm glad after today I will not have a runoff, and either way I can concentrate, you know, on the future, you know, and of course I do foresee a win and going into the general election also in November. So I'm very encouraged by that.
Good. Well, Chuck, you're back.
Chuck is back.
Yeah. I think you're probably the only commission candidate that's going to bed super confident right now. I did get to speak with somebody from the Shalina Cook Jones campaign. I think they feel pretty good, but I think they're gonna all shut it down for the night too. We might just have to pop on here with an update tomorrow at some point, John, and see what we know. I was really hoping that by midnight we would get something. I will point out, let me share my screen here, that WTOC has few more numbers in the 164 race. That's why I asked you about if you saw any of the 164 numbers, Orlando.
Yeah.
Because I was really wondering how that race was going to turn out. Let me pull this up here. Yeah, so they've got Marcus at 831 votes to 298, but this feels like Bryan County still.
I don't think that's Chatham County. Yeah. So.
I think that's Bryan County still. I think Bryan County is like fully reported now.
Yeah.
And Chatham County is just nowhere even started on the online reporting. So I'm not seeing much that we're gonna get
tonight.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Kevin, if you're watching, let me pull up the comments on the stream, see if there's any new comments here. Sarah and Kevin were saying they said they had spoken to somebody at the elections board a few minutes ago, and that there was going to be a data dump here in just a few minutes, but that remains to be seen. Prince Mallory for Congress. I don't know who that is. I think you're running in another state. I don't know why you're on our page, but yeah, I don't have any new numbers other than what I showed you from the WTOC page. Did you vote for John Ossoff, Orlando?
Why are you putting me on the spot? Yes, I did.
I mean, well, I only asked because 48% of the counted votes so far have voted for him, and
I did.
I'm a little astounded. I'm a little astounded at that number. I thought Teresa Tomlinson was going to be a little bit more competitive.
So but John got that John Lewis endorsement. Which paid dividends. And I can honestly say, Chuck, that's why I voted for him.
Right.
He's a well-respected,
fair
civil rights leader. And if John puts his name on something, I'm there. So the power of endorsements from credible endorsees.
Yep.
Not everyone has that power and clout, though. But with John Lewis, that certainly fits.
Absolutely.
I guess if we're signing off, Chuck.
I'm up. Stay up a little while longer, maybe 20 minutes or so. But you can definitely hop off whenever you want. Chelsey's. I'm wondering if Chelsey's going to come back with some information. She was taking some phone calls, and I'm wondering if she's going to have some info for us. But other than that, I'm whatever, man.
Okay, I'm gonna step out on the back. I think it was a high note to be able to officially wind up with Orlando, who looks like at this point our first win.
Yes, sir.
So congratulations.
Based on his own anecdotal evidence, for sure. I'm not doubting you, Orlando. I'm just saying, we don't know what those mail-in ballots are looking like right now.
Pick the guy out, man. He's on cloud 9. He's a winner.
You should definitely stay there.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
But definitely he's going to step out. You can chill with me here a little while longer. I'm definitely going to try and get some data up here if I can. I just feel like they've got to be at a point where they can be dumping 10 to 20% of the data right now. I'm really, really pissed off that If you look at the statewide map, Orlando,
Yes, sir.
I mean, let me, like there's 350, there's like 400,000 Democratic presidential ballots that have been cast and counted already, right? Let me do this one. So this right here, let me move this in front of my email so I don't put that out. But only 248 ballots here. That's insane.
Wow.
There's just whatever happens, going into this week, here locally, I really just think needs to be investigated.
Yeah, what happened today, was very
Were there
sad.
people in long lines? Sorry to interrupt you. Did you check by precincts at the end of the night? Were there people in long lines or?
Not in
what
District
do you know?
Not in District 7. Not in District 7.
Good.
There weren't, but throughout, of course, throughout Chatham County, you had spots of hiccups in some long lines this morning, but not in District 7. Absolutely not. And we were at all the districts, so excluding one. but obviously they have some work to do with the new machines and figuring out the glitches, and that's throughout the state, You saw that common theme from Atlanta on down.
I mean, I think it tends to be a common theme in, Democratic counties, which is unfortunate, because we're one of those here. But we have pointed out, we've been bashing the elections board and these people all night long. I've been pointing out that, the elections board director, Russell Bridges, has been, the director for quite some time. And Mahoney, the chairman of the elections board, is a Republican. So, I'm not sure that our party, Democratic Party, can really take responsibility for these things.
No.
When, it's not really us in charge over there.
And you think about the hiccup that happened with the District 7 school board race that was left off the ballot. The absentee
ballot. They had to redo the ballots. That's right.
Redo the ballot, and some constituents received 2 ballots, and it was very confusing. It was very confusing. So I don't personally know how that happens without someone catching it, but obviously it did. So,
all right, Jenny says there's some data. I'm looking.
Uh-oh.
All right, we got a data dump. John, if you're out there, you can come back. Hang on, I'm going to put it on the screen in a second here. All right, you ready? Let's see here. Share screen. This window. All right, so it says 65% reporting already in this race. Jeez.
Wow.
So Westbrook, Milo, wow, Swanson up at 15% right now. It's pretty surprising for him.
Wow.
Let's see. See what's reporting here. Yeah, see, this is just Bryan County, Richmond Hill here.
Oh, okay. So we're still
I'm
waiting.
just looking at. I'm just trying to pop inside the race here. let's go back. All right, so we're looking at some results here finally.
All right.
Let's see. State races. Clinton Young. Trying to keep pace with Mickey there.
Okay.
God. All right, so this is just the state one. Is this not the local one, Jenny? Let me see if the local ones have anything yet. Jenny, you should just call in. Yeah, look at Ossoff really almost hitting the 50% mark right now.
Yeah, that's
He's
not
kicking ass.
that's not surprising.
I know, but to me, it's surprising, man. To me, it's surprising. That's all I'll say is that to me, it's surprising.
So one
all
of the
right, here we go. Here we go.
Okay.
So we got Heyman and Wanager. Wanager's leading. Chester Ellis leading Jay Jones in a close election so far. Buterman kicking Billy Hare's ass. We got two funeral home directors leading the coroner's race.
Not surprising.
Sonia Jackson looking to clear without a runoff.
Wow.
I said she was going to be close to it. All right, let's go look at the district races now. Wow, look at this three-way race for District 2 with Michael Hamilton in the lead right now.
Coach Hamilton.
That's amazing.
Coach Hamilton.
Yeah, Hamilton's slightly in the lead with Clinton Edminster right now.
Wow.
That's amazing to see. Bobby Lockett definitely out in front, probably going to wrap that race up if he hasn't already. Shabazz and Milton in the lead in the fifth.
I called it.
Just like you said.
Called it.
Dial ahead of Massey in the sixth. And nothing reported in your race.
Are you
Isn't
kidding
that
me?
Amazing. Look at this. And nothing in the 8th district either.
Oh, wow.
That sucks, man. That's horrible.
Wow.
That's amazing.
I need you to refresh that screen.
I'm trying, man. I'm hitting refresh on all of them here, man. I got a bunch of them picked.
Wow. That's
I can't believe every district except yours and Gary's has data. It's saying 65% reported already in House District 163. I find that hard to believe.
You got some numbers?
John, we got a couple of numbers in. All right, so here's the DA's number so far. Selena Cook Jones, way out in the lead right now. No numbers in Orlando's race, though.
Hey, I hate to tell you this. When I stepped outside, I watched a 10-minute ago live from Antoine Lang with Tom Mahoney.
Right.
And they showed literally a stack of boxes about 10 feet
The same
high.
story Kevin Heyman was saying. That's all the mail-in ballots, huh?
Yeah, and Mahoney said, well, Antoine said, well, we're going to have some results for you pretty soon. And Mahoney said, no, in a couple of days.
Wow.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
So whatever we wind up with tonight, you know, if it's within 5 or 10 points, it isn't over.
So this is saying that you're in the lead right now. Jenny, you should just hop on the call with us here, Jenny. You really could probably help us out. Let's
Yes, Jenny, hop on the call.
Stop being shy. Welcome back, Chelsey. Lisa Colbert, way out ahead of Tracy O'Connell.
Good.
Not surprising.
Nope.
Sonia Jackson looking to avoid a runoff right now, John.
Yep.
But I mean, these numbers are so low. Weren't we saying that there's going to be like 50,000 votes?
Yeah.
I find it funny that, you know, these two funeral home directors are leading the coroner's race.
Man,
Billy Hare is getting the gobsmack beat out of him so far.
Yeah. Jason,
saying that it's going to be like 50,000 votes.
Yeah.
Who's that?
That's Chester ahead of Jay.
I find it funny that, you know, these two funeral home directors are leading the coroner's race.
Man,
Billy Hare. Jenny, I don't know what you're using, but your internet is slow and your loud
Jenny,
play black
join.
is loud. She is in.
Oh.
She's in. I muted
Let's
her
see her.
because I have my share screen on. Let me do
Oh.
that there. Yeah, she's there. Funeral home director. I unmute her now. Billy Hare. Jenny, I don't know what you're using, but your internet is slow and your loud play
Jenny.
black. Her internet is so bad.
Mine's rough too tonight.
I mean, there's probably a lot of people trying to get election results, right? All right.
Yeah, like everybody else. Savannah is us.
So do you have any reaction to the first round of batch results in 163, Chelsey?
I mean, I'm surprised for sure. I'm looking at
Yeah.
precinct level demographics right now. Give me a minute and I'll have an opinion.
What did they show, Chuck?
Hang on, let me find it, and then oh, we lost Jenny. Let's see, 163. Yeah, just down about 800 votes right now too. So that's a big deficit. All right, let me do the screen share again. All right, John, so we're looking at this race right here right now, 163.
Wow.
I mean, this is not a lot of votes, but I mean, how many votes were you expecting that were going to be cast, Chelsey? About 10,000?
No. Hold on, let me get my data up.
More like
No.
7 then?
No, I'm gonna tell you. So in 2016 primary, 3,400 people voted. Well, let's see. Yeah, in this district, just in House District 163. I mean,
Do you know how
No.
many people voted for Stacey Abrams in the primary inside the same district? That'd be a good number. That number's going to be much higher than
2018
3,200.
Abrams, 3,400 people voted in the Democratic primary for Abrams.
Oh, wow. We're almost at that number now.
For the primary, and then 1,000 voted for Evans. So there were 4,500
Okay,
total
so
votes
yeah,
cast.
so 4,500 total, right? Okay. I mean, we're going to blow past 4,500.
We did in the absentee almost.
Right. So you think none of these? So essentially, John, is the theory here that the numbers that are up here tonight are all advanced in person and day of? Is that the going theory around the table right now?
I think so. Yes.
No, if you look, it says precincts.
It says vote type. So like election day votes, advanced voting votes, absentee by mail. It breaks it down
Well, the screen
I'm trying to get in here.
The screen
in
I'm
clarity.
said precincts reporting.
Where am I supposed to look at here? I'm just gonna make her a host and let her do it. Hang on.
Hey, Chuck, good people. I might have to leave, but
Absolutely. Congratulations, Orlando. I think you're gonna pull it out, man.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. I really do. My opponent made it easy for me. He didn't do anything but put up signs.
As always, folks, signs don't vote.
Signs did not vote. I think she had two
Right.
managers and the marketing team, so I don't know. But thank you guys.
You're welcome. Have a great night, Orlando.
And we'll talk. We'll be in touch. Thank you. All right.
Bye-bye.
All right.
I think I made you a host so you can share your screen, Chelsey.
Can you see it? So there's a breakdown of
Advance votes, absentee vote, election day votes. Okay.
So they've counted some votes by mail already. But looks like Ann Westbrook had a big surge of today votes.
she had the most absentee votes too. Most early.
Is this all the precincts, Chelsey?
Well, I'm guessing absentee and advanced votings are solid numbers. So if that's any indicator.
Well,
Absentee, I don't think they're solid numbers because they have so many. They definitely haven't counted them all yet.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's not enough.
well,
Absolutely.
at the top it says 13/20 precincts complete. So that's a little over half of all the votes cast.
No, that's only tonight's poll closures. So that's not, those numbers really don't mean what they should. Because yeah, there's thousands of absentee ballots out there that aren't reported right now. We only had, so from people that usually vote in this election that hadn't voted up until Friday, there were around 3,000 people that usually vote in a Democratic primary, but hadn't voted yet. So I expected about 3,000 more to vote tonight or today.
Are we surprised by the Chester Ellis J. Jones numbers?
What are those numbers?
I am. It's got Chester in
You
the.
want to pull them up? I thought the race would be a little closer, but you know.
You gotta go to county, don't you? Oh, you're in all of them.
I'm in Chatham County. The internet's struggling. Close some windows.
Yeah, like these numbers seem so weird.
Is that 164 number just Bryan County, or are we starting to see Chatham County in there?
I think we see Chatham County in there now.
No, a good port of a good portion is not reported at all.
I still think it's mostly Bryan County in the 164 race.
That's definitely mostly Bryan County.
Jeff's got an uphill battle, though.
Yep. Sure does.
Which is interesting. The guy worked really hard. I didn't see a whole lot from Marcus.
See, I did. I think it was the opposite for me. Marcus seemed
Me too.
really engaged to me, especially like on social media, and just not even just like running ads and stuff, but commenting on things and just kind of really engaging with people. I saw him really amp up his game in the last month or so.
Yeah, I'll say that. Yeah.
Probably want to take the screen back over because my internet is not cooperating. Are you having issues, Jenny? Is this page loading for you?
Yeah, it's loading for me. Leonard McCoy is losing.
What are the numbers for Chester and Jay?
Chester's got like 54 point something percent. Hold on, let me go back to it. Chester's got 52.65%. And Jay has 47.35%. 12,000 votes counted. You can, Chelsey, you can look at it by county so that you don't have to. No, I understand, but you can look at it by state races, federal, and county so that you don't have to load all of those races, is what I'm saying.
Oh, well, isn't that fancy? %57 reporting.
Yeah, and what did Antoine say about that? Like, I'm gonna watch this video.
I don't see where Chester's message was better than Jay's. Is it just name, history, longer serving? If that were the case, then Billy would be ahead of Jason.
I think it's the people who vote in primaries.
Yeah.
Church-going Black women over 65.
65.
Come on, baby.
Yeah, just about every precinct. That's interesting. I didn't see, honestly, a message from either of them. I wouldn't have known Jay was running if it wasn't for my political affiliation. I didn't see anything, mailers from him.
No, I didn't get a mailer from him either, and I should have.
The only thing I ever saw was videos he shared on Facebook, and that's just because I was paying attention. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think Jay's campaign was mostly a social media campaign.
And again, like people on, like you have to send mailers. Like at least 3 sets you have to hit people, and if you can do more, do more. But you can't run a social media campaign in a Democratic primary when most of the voters, the election is decided by people who are 65 and older.
I mean, they're pointing to like stacks of boxes at the Board of Elections.
Yeah.
Saying they haven't even started counting them.
A big stack.
So like I really don't think that these that these numbers
Yeah.
are really at all accurate.
Yeah, I mean, especially looking at these, we know, hold on, let me pull up the data from, what do I want to know? Who voted? Giving away all my secrets.
Your secret's good with me.
All right. So, well, this is just in House District 163, but it'll give you an idea.
Oh my God, Antoine.
Are you still watching that video?
Antoine's
It's over.
more concerned about how everybody looks than
Yeah.
their job.
Ooh, what you pulling now, Chelsey?
Huh?
Maybe we should come off of Facebook Live.
What?
We're still on Facebook Live, right?
Oh, to the
We're
general.
just chilling. Is anyone watching?
don't
So
know.
4,100 people voted absentee or in person in this race. And so
For
far there are only
163.
3,200. And I would expect that about 3,000 voted today. So there's a long way to go in this race.
2 people are watching.
And you're one of them.
I am.
I'm one of them too.
I'm
right?
not watching it.
Oh no, I closed
Time
it.
you hover over the video to do that, it counts as a view. So you
Oh.
are the second one watching.
So I think we should come off Facebook Live.
Jenny wants to just chat and Zoom and not be live, guys.
I mean, it doesn't matter. I just.
John, what you want to do? You going to go to bed soon?
Yeah, I'm going to bail. I appreciate it.
All right, folks. I'm going to take us off of Facebook. Actually, I need somebody to
Give you
make
back
me the
hosting
host
duties.
again. That's right.
Well, good
I
night.
don't want to give up on
Good
my
night,
power.
Chelsey.
Good night, John.
Good night, John.
Bye, Chuck.
Bye-bye. Somebody going to give me the host control.
I can't give it to you. You have to take it back.